policy by the international community was expressed by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres as a, and I quote, a symbol of peace in a troubled world, end of quote, during his official visit to Mongolia in August 2022. Mongolia has been actively participating in the promotion of international peace and security, as well as peacekeeping efforts, and has put forward numbers of proposals and initiatives in the past. A notable example of which is the declaration of this territory as a nuclear weapon-free zone. In his statement at the opening of the 10th REFCON of the NPT, the UN Secretary General warned that humanity is just one misunderstanding, one miscalculation away from the nuclear annihilation. In this connection, I urge not only member state parties to the treaty, but also all UN member states to exert political will and courage to build a world free of nuclear weapons, unite and work together wholeheartedly and faithfully for the sake of our Mother Earth, peace, and future generations. Mongolia considers that nuclear disarmament, non-proliferation, complete elimination of nuclear weapons, and establishment of nuclear weapon-free zones are the best and effective means of building a world free of nuclear weapons. Therefore, we consider the international recognition of Mongolia's nuclear weapon-free status as our tangible contribution and effort to this cause. Mr. President, this year marks the 20th anniversary of Mongolia's participation in the UN peacekeeping operations. During this period, more than 20,000 Mongolian military personnel have served in the UN peacekeeping operations and other international peacekeeping operations in hotspots around the world. Since 2006, when Mongolia sent its first female officer to the UN peacekeeping operations, by the number of female peacekeepers, we are among the top 20 in the ranking of 120 troop contributing countries. Mongolia is firmly committed to the implementation of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, and the call by the UNDPKO to increase the number of women serving in the UN peacekeeping operations to 15% by 2027. Within the framework of this objective, at the initiative of Mongolia, we have hosted an international conference on strengthening the role of women in peacekeeping last June. The conference, which brought together female peacekeepers from more than 30 countries and representatives of the international organizations, became a notable event for sharing and exchanging knowledge, experience, and lessons learned. We have also put forward an initiative to host this conference every 5 years, and it is our hope that the relevant UN entities and troop contributing countries will support this proposal. It is my pleasure to underscore that the United Nations and its leadership have been greatly appreciating the genuine contribution of peace-loving Mongolia to the UNPKO and the sacred cause of strengthening international peace and security and rendering full support to our proposals and initiatives. Mr. President, Mongolia has consistently proposed the establishment of a dialogue mechanism with the view to contribute to the peace and security in the Northeast Asian region and the efforts of the international community to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula. In this context, in 2013, Mongolia has launched the initiative to organize the International Conference on Ulaanbaatar Dialogue on Northeast Asian Security. Last June, we have organized the 7th International Conference of the Ulaanbaatar Dialogue on Northeast Asian Security and discussed a broad range of issues, including regional security, power grid, green development, opportunities for humanitarian cooperation, and the post-COVID economic recovery. The results of the conference demonstrate that the significance of the Ulaanbaatar Dialogue Initiative has grown, and it is transforming into an open and inclusive mechanism gathering government officials and the academia from countries in the sub-region and beyond, and representatives of international organizations. In the face of frequent natural disasters and communicable disease, the creation of an integrated regional infrastructure for disaster risk reduction and humanitarian assistance is becoming one of the most pressing security issues in Northeast Asia. With this in mind, we put forward an initiative to establish an integrated platform for disaster risk reduction for the Northeast Asian region in Mongolia in 2018, and now we're bringing forward a proposal to establish a regional humanitarian hub or warehouse based on the Ulaanbaatar International Airport affiliated facilities. I'm confident that these initiatives will be supported and assisted by other countries in the region and the UN system and specialized organizations. Mr. President, broad-scale economic restrictions and sanctions caused by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and geopolitical conflicts have hit hard the national economies. The global market prices of food, fuel, agriculture, and energy raw materials have increased sharply like never before, causing fluctuation in the global economy and financial markets and creating major risks. With the immediate support of the United Nations and its system organizations and development partners to Mongolia's effort against COVID-19, as of today, 70% of the Mongolian populations are fully vaccinated, domestic restrictions removed, and borders opened. Though we're going through an uneasy period, the government of Mongolia is implementing the new recovery policy developed in coherence with the Sustainable Development Goals. The policy focuses on improvement of road, railway, and border point infrastructure, increase of energy resources, intensification of industrialization, as well as urban and rural development and enhancement of public-private partnership and productivity. Furthermore, despite tough times of the pandemic and new normalcy, Mongolia is putting effort to accelerate the digital transition and adopted a package of new laws on digital development. We have introduced the e-Mongolia platform to streamline public service delivery to citizens and entities, to reduce corruption and bureaucracy, to increase information security, and to promote good governance. Moreover, we're working to expand and develop our multilateral cooperation in these fields at regional and international levels. Mongolia fully supports major initiatives put forward in the UN Secretary General's report, Our Common Agenda, and is sparing no effort to implement them in close cooperation with the Sustainable Development Goals, the National Vision 2050 Long-Term Development Policy, and the New Recovery Policy. Mr. President, we must not forget that serious challenges we are facing, such as climate change, biodiversity loss, desertification, land degradation, shortage of water resources, and droughts, are still awaiting solutions. Mongolia is one of the countries most affected by climate change. Therefore, with a view to combat climate change, desertification, and dust storms, and to increase forest and water resources, Mongolia launched the Billion Trees National Movement to plant, grow, and protect billions of trees. Mongolian people, the government, and development partners welcomed the initiative, and now the Billion Trees National Movement is being successfully implemented throughout the country. I'm pleased to inform that the UN Secretary General personally joined and supported the movement. In addition, Mongolia reiterates its position to actively cooperate and make a real contribution to reduce the negative impact of climate change and protecting the environment at regional and international levels. In this context, it is my pleasure to inform that Mongolia will be hosting the 17th session of the Conference of the Parties to the UN Convention to Combat Desertification in 2026. Another issue which should be brought to the attention is the scarcity of pastures, as the space for nomadic livestock is shrinking day by day, and nomadic civilization is facing a danger of extinction. We Mongolians are nomadic and pastoralist people, lives of over 200 million people raising livestock and living in harmony with the nature like us are at risk due to climate change, land degradation, desertification, drought, and extreme winter calamities. In order to protect their interests, improve pasture management and use, preserve ecosystem balance, and provide global food security and supply, Mongolia initiated a resolution proclaiming the year of 2026 as the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists, and it was adopted by the UNGA on March 15, 2022. We launched the Billion Trees National Movement along with the national programs on food supply and security and healthy Mongolia to implement the Sustainable Development Goals and create a healthy environment where people would live a healthy life, consuming healthy food. We highly appreciate the support and cooperation of the countries and the region and international organizations extended to these endeavors. Mr. President, nowadays the drastic change of the international order and norms established after the Second World War, the importance of multilateralism and the role of international community are growing further even more. For this reason, we are of the view that it is important for every member state to take an active part in the process of the UN reforms and constructively contribute to strengthening the position and role of the organization. Mongolia views that the key to the reform of the UN is the reform of Security Council, which bears the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. Since 2009, Mongolia has been regularly participating in the intergovernmental negotiations on the UN Security Council reform, expressing its principal positions. Developments in recent years have proven that the UN General Assembly is the most important platform for discussing global peace, security, human rights, and development issues. So we deem that strengthening the role of UN General Assembly is important to ensure the balance of power among countries and bring out voices of small and developing countries more vividly. Lastly, I wish to call upon the member states to support the UN Quintet of Change outlined in the Secretary General's report, our common agenda for the more effective UN 2.0, and let us collectively exert efforts to ensure global peace, security, development, and prosperity. May the eternal blue sky bless us, the mankind, forever. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Mongolia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates. The Secretary General's landmark report, Our Common Agenda, has only grown in value since it was launched 1 year ago. The world is in a state of turbulence with intersecting crises growing in scale and severity, including climate change, food price inflation, conflict, and uncontrolled migration. These challenges all require multilateral cooperation and efforts, yet the perception that the international system is no longer up to the task has only deepened, particularly where the interests of powerful members are at stake. In the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, recent setbacks have served to highlight that the security situation is fundamentally no different than it was 20 years ago, when the largest and most expensive United Nations peacekeeping mission was first deployed. This has exposed neighboring states, notably Rwanda, to cross-border attacks that are entirely preventable. There is an urgent need to find the political will to finally address the root causes of instability in Eastern DRC. The blame game does not solve the problems. These challenges are not insurmountable, and solutions can be found. This would ultimately be much less costly in terms of both money and human lives. Despite shortcomings, there are examples to demonstrate that international cooperation can successfully address the issues that matter to all of us. Global health is a case in point. The Global Fund to fight HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria has helped save countless lives in Africa and beyond, while also strengthening health systems. I hope that all countries will respond strongly and sustain their commitments at the 7th Global Fund replenishment session, chaired by President Biden later today. Africa is doing its part, but must do more. For sustainability, external funding must go hand in hand with increased domestic financing for health. This is a priority which the African Union is tracking on an annual basis, and which I'm honored to lead on behalf of the organization. We are also working with partners to bring end-to-end vaccine manufacturing to our continent, notably through collaboration with BioNTech and strong support from the European Union. This is critical to increase Africa's resilience against future pandemics. I commend the Secretary General for convening the Transforming Education Summit earlier this week, the future of billions of children and young people across the world depends on overcoming the challenges of inclusion and quality of instruction, particularly as we recover from the pandemic. Away from the headlines, the United Nations and other multilateral institutions retained the ability to set an agenda around which we can all rally. At the recent Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Kigali, leaders adopted an ambitious program of action, including special instruments on living lands, sustainable urbanization, and child care protection and reform. We also agreed to prioritize public-private partnerships to create digital jobs for young people across the Commonwealth. The future is digital, and transformation is happening now, as evidenced by ongoing work of the Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development and the Smart Africa Secretariat. High-quality digital jobs are a practical response to the underlying drivers of irregular migration by closing the human capital investment gap that separates high and low income countries. To ensure that the benefits are equally shared, we must continue investing equitably in emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. In the area of peace building and counterterrorism, regional initiatives can complement the important work of the United Nations. Regional and bilateral initiatives have been proven to make a big difference, whether in the Central African Republic or the successful engagement to contain violent extremism in northern Mozambique, conducted by Rwanda and the Southern African Development Community. If this approach were tried properly in DRC, as proposed by the Nairobi process, it would make difference. However, to be sustainable, such efforts require consistent financial support from the international community. A lot is at stake, and time is not on our side. We cannot anticipate or prevent every crisis, but we can be better prepared to react quickly and effectively when needed, especially if we work together. I thank you for your kind attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Rwanda for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
l'Assemblée
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sefik Zaferovic, Chair of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
au nom de l'Assemblée
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Sefik Jaferovic, Chair of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to address this esteemed body as the chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I congratulate Mr. Shahid on successfully presiding over the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Despite the difficult working conditions caused by the pandemic, he worked dedicatedly with the UN Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, so that this body of the United Nations could carry out its duties. I also congratulate Mr. Qureshi on his election as the president of the 77th session of the UN General Assembly. You can count on the support and cooperation of Bosnia and Herzegovina in ensuring the productive work of this body. Dear President, at the recent sessions of the General Assembly and under international fora, we regularly assess that the global order is experiencing tectonic changes. Today, however, we can conclude that the world has changed irreversibly. International relations that the security architecture of Europe used to rest on, as well as the wider international framework, are now a thing of the past. At a time when towns and villages in Ukraine are facing the terrifying reality of war, the least we can do is not to be silent about it. We must not be silent, especially not in this building, the home of the United Nations, established with the aim of preventing and stopping what is currently happening in Ukraine. We must not be silent in Bosnia and Herzegovina either. We owe that to our vivid memories of the horrors of war and aggression. The United Nations system was unable to prevent or stop the war in my country in the period between 1992 and 1995. Unfortunately, that happened again with Ukraine. I am primarily referring to the Security Council here, the body responsible for the protection of international peace and security in light of the principles defined by the Charter of the United Nations. The Security Council, due to internal relations and blockade, is evidently unable to fulfill its obligations. However, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution on aggression against Ukraine by an overwhelming majority. That resolution confirmed the undisputed principles of the Charter of the United Nations and other acts of international law, which prohibit the use of armed force. It orders states to resolve disagreements by peaceful means. The resolution expresses support for territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. Unequivocally, it refers to the actions of the Russian Federation as aggression. It calls for the aggression to stop. Finally, it rejects secessionist moves of certain regions within Ukraine directed against its territorial integrity. Bosnia and Herzegovina supported this resolution and stood on the right side of history, along with other 140 countries. This is in line with the obligations stemming from the UN Charter, our previously held positions, and our obligation, according to the Stabilization and Association Agreement, to follow the foreign policy of the European Union. Although this resolution does not have the power to stop the war, it does have the power to stop the lies. The clear and unambiguous language of this highest international forum extremely reduces the space for those who try to relativize the truth. The first step towards any solution is to tell and respect the truth. I hope that there will be peace as soon as possible, so that people in Ukraine can live normal lives, and so that the displaced can return to their homes. Respected President, the war in Ukraine, as well as the consequences of the pandemic, led to drastic changes in all spheres of life. That is currently very visible in a deep energy crisis, inflation, a general recession, and the threat to supplies, especially in the food sector. We are all facing a very difficult and challenging winter. Global market and international free trade enabled enormous progress in all corners of the world. Eradication of hunger, availability of consumer goods, and continuous economic growth in all parts of the world, those are all unquestionable benefits of global economic liberalization. Globalization tightly connected various parts of the globe and made us interdependent. Strong economic, security, and political interrelations produced an increasingly integrated global framework. Within that framework, everyone relies on one another in different spheres, from economy to security. At the same time, the interdependence of different parts of the world is the source of vulnerability of our global community. That became obvious during the pandemic, when traffic and supply channels were blocked. It is also obvious in the light of the current crisis related to the war in Ukraine. Due to the blockade of wheat exports from Ukrainian ports, developing countries in Africa and Asia are facing hunger. A large part of the European continent is facing an energy crisis due to dependence on Russian gas. As a result of difficulties caused by the process of political and economic integration, in the past years we often witnessed strong advocacy of political sovereignty and economic protectionism. Consequences of transformation of developed countries from industrial to post-industrial nations, the migration, and most finally the pandemic, led many to call for the construction of economic and even literal walls and wire fences. That is a wrong path to take. The answer to the above problems is not closing. The answer is the opening. The solution is not less cooperation. The solution is the increased cooperation. The answer to the energy crisis in Europe caused by dependence on a single source is not only relying on one's own forces. The answer is diversification in finding new, multiple channels of gas supply and other energy sources. No one in the modern world has enough resources to be self-sustainable. Past crises show that dependence on individual external sources is not enough either. We can only overcome those difficulties by increasing our internal cooperation. Respected President, we live in unstable times, unprecedented in recent history. As we face an extremely difficult winter, we are aware of the destabilizing potential of the current economic and energy crisis. 20th century provides extremely valuable lessons about the correlation between economic crisis and right-wing populism. Nazi movement came to power on the wave of great economic depression. That led to the greatest cataclysm in the history of mankind. After that, the United Nations was established, the UN Charter was adopted, as well as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, and other UN acts. The essential idea of the United Nations is the idea of the equality of all people, regardless of their origin, skin color, religion, national, or other affiliation. All the previously referenced fundamental acts of international law are based on this idea. Modern civilization was built on that idea. Today, almost 8 decades later, we can hear voices openly or implicitly denying those fundamental tenets. Right-wing populists more and more often say that all people and nations do not have equal rights, that some are more valuable than others. It is becoming increasingly frequent that they openly advocate the ideas of ethnic and racial supremacy and claim that domination and brute force are the only principles on which interpersonal and international relations can and should be structured. It only takes one step from those ideas to violence. From this place, from the United Nations building, I call for caution and action. We will face enormous challenges in the coming period. We must fulfill our duty and fight for civilizational ideas. At all costs, we must defend those ideas. Respected President, Bosnia and Herzegovina has been home to many peoples, cultures, and religions for centuries. Our long tradition of multiculturalism is something we take pride in. We are proud of our Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Roma, and other communities, as well as the culture of living together and mutual respect that we have developed over the centuries. All those communities, individually and collectively, make the structure of the mosaic of the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina. That is the way things are, and that is how things will remain. At the same time, Bosnia and Herzegovina, as a meeting place of cultures, was a thorn in the side of policies based on the idea of the impossibility of living together and the necessity of confrontation. Such policies led to the terrifying war in Bosnia and Herzegovina from 1992 to 1995. That war culminated in the genocide in Srebrenica. Resolutions from that period, adopted by the United Nations General Assembly and the Security Council, as well as the reports of the UN Secretary General and the judgments of the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, qualified the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina as an international armed conflict in which neighboring countries participated. The judgments passed by the Hague Criminal Tribunal conclude the joint criminal enterprises took place. The goal of those enterprises was the elimination of certain ethnic groups from parts of the territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina, so that those territories would ultimately be annexed to neighboring countries. This was the most serious violation of international general and humanitarian law. Bosnia and Herzegovina has gone through an arduous peace-building process since the conclusion of the Dayton Peace Agreement. However, we still face numerous challenges. Some of the major challenges are certain policies in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the neighborhood which have never abandoned the wartime goals of dividing our country. There are parties in Bosnia and Herzegovina that are part of the broad wave of right-wing populism in Europe. They openly claim that Bosnia and Herzegovina is not sustainable because, according to them, it is not possible for Muslims and Christians to live together. Muslims and Christians live and can live together. That life does have a perspective. What certainly has no perspective are retrograde policies that oppose such life. Bosnia and Herzegovina has a centuries-old history and is a living example and proof of the civilizational idea that people of different religions, nations, and cultures can live together. The fact is that Bosnia and Herzegovina, even despite the war aimed at its destruction, managed to survive. That shows the exceptional resilience of my country. Majority of people in Bosnia and Herzegovina want to live in peace with their differences. There is enough strength for such Bosnia and Herzegovina to persevere. I am convinced that that will be the case. Respected President, the experience of Bosnia and Herzegovina shows that the rule of law is a crucial factor of peace building. The International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, formed by the UN, granted the victims the minimum of justice. It sent a message to criminals that their actions will not go unpunished and that they will be brought to justice and face the consequences for their actions. Moreover, there were other international community bodies that made a huge contribution to the building and the protection of peace, primarily the Office of the High Representative and the Peace Implementation Council. Both of those bodies were established on the basis of Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, which mandates the intervention of the international community in order to protect peace. The establishment of those bodies was also confirmed by the relevant resolutions of the Security Council. Consequently, the closure of those bodies is possible only following a new decision of the UN Security Council. It's not time for that yet. Please allow me to remind you of the international supervision that was present in some significantly developed countries, such as Germany's, with even greater executive powers than the Office of the High Representative in Bosnia and Herzegovina. That supervision was ended after 45 years of existence, only once the necessary prerequisites for that were created. The Office of the High Representative and the Peace Implementation Council have been helping domestic political actors to implement reforms for the past 27 years. Through joint efforts, we managed to unite the three once warring armies into a single armed forces. We also united the three intelligence services, tech systems, judiciaries, etc. Thanks to those reforms and the existence of the armed forces and other state institutions of Bosnia and Herzegovina, even after the gradual withdrawal of 60,000 international troops from Bosnia and Herzegovina, the peace remained intact. The past year brought attacks against the 27 years of implementation of the Dayton Peace Agreement. In particular, there was an attempt to disband state institutions established on the basis of the clear provisions of the Dayton Peace Agreement. Thanks to the action of the Office of the High Representative and the Peace Implementation Council member states led by the United States of America, the attack on state institutions was stopped and peace was preserved once again. That demonstrated the expediency and efficiency of the international community institutions in Bosnia and Herzegovina. There have been requests for the closure of the Office of the High Representative in the past. More recently, there were frequent requests that the High Representative take steps that would weaken the unity of Bosnia and Herzegovina and introduce additional ethnic divisions. According to the Dayton Peace Agreement and the UN Charter, it is the obligation of the High Representative to protect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina and not to contribute to its disintegration. Respected President, in addition to the civilian international presence in Bosnia and Herzegovina, there is also the international military in the country, specifically the EUFOR mission and the NATO headquarters with a total of 1,100 troops. Bosnia and Herzegovina is not special in that regard. Many more developed sovereign states need the presence of international military forces in much larger numbers than is the case in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The international military presence was established by the Dayton Peace Agreement. UN Security Council confirms the EUFOR mission's mandate on an annual basis. The Security Council will vote on the EUFOR mandate again in less than 1 month. It is very important for the stability and peace in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the region that this resolution is adopted. However, it is important to emphasize that in any case, according to the Dayton Peace Agreement, NATO has the right and obligation to deploy its forces in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Also, the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina has made decisions in the past giving consent to the presence of EUFOR and NATO forces without any time limits. Those decisions are a sufficient legal basis for the presence of an international military mission in Bosnia and Herzegovina until the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina takes a different position. Respected President, Bosnia and Herzegovina's foreign policy goals are membership in the European Union and NATO. The June 2022 session of the European Council opened up the space for granting Bosnia and Herzegovina the status of a candidate for membership in the European Union if certain conditions are met. Bosnia and Herzegovina has recently made certain progress in terms of fulfilling the 14 priorities defined in the opinion of the European Commission on Bosnia and Herzegovina's application for EU membership. We fulfilled some of the said priorities in full and some partially. I'm pleased to say that in the past weeks we have continued meeting those priorities. I expect that we will continue making even more progress after the general elections that will take place on October 2nd next month. I also expect Bosnia and Herzegovina to be granted the EU membership candidate status as soon as possible. Regarding our relations with NATO, Bosnia and Herzegovina is part of the membership action plan. In terms of reforms that NATO expects from us as an aspirant country, the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina adopted the reform program, which is our annual obligation. Respected President, regional cooperation is one of the foreign policy goals of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovina wants good relations with its neighbors, with mutual appreciation, respect, and also the principle of reciprocity. That is the only way to build relations with Bosnia and Herzegovina. Everyone in our region must understand that the geostrategic and geopolitical configuration of the region is completed. The path to security and prosperity is the path of mutual cooperation and solving the open issues in accordance with the principles of international law. We are all equal in the region. No one can dominate anyone else. We all need peace and stability. Respected President, the whole world needs peace and stability. All current disputes in the world should be resolved on the principles of international law with the involvement of the international judicial institutions. That is why it is very important to strengthen multilateral mechanisms and institutions. Therefore, I believe that the strength and authority of the UN as a key multilateral mechanism must be fortified. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Chair of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly, we are here, the address by His Excellency Chandrika Persad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Chandrika Persad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Good morning, President of the General Assembly, Xaba Korosi, Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, colleague heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, I congratulate you on your election to preside over the 77th session of this august body, and I assure you of my country's full support during your presidency. Mr. President, at last year's general debate, I called on leaders to build a better world, a planet for those living today, but more so for those generations yet to come. So today, I would like to take you back to 1992, when Stephen Suzuki spoke at the United Nations Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro. She appealed to everyone to help stop the destruction of the Earth's resources. And now, 2022, we are here. The current state of the world does not need another wake-up call. It is time for real action. And while some progress has been made, we have not yet been successful in overcoming the challenges. Meanwhile, the threats have been adding up. Economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic slowed. Worsening climate crisis with extreme weather events, biodiversity loss, and ecosystems collapse, increasing levels of poverty and hunger, and yes, a humanitarian crisis. The global community is faced with escalating consumer and fuel prices that have risen substantially, damaging living standards, particularly for the vulnerable. Therefore, I want you to take a moment and ask yourself, have we treated our Earth in a sustainable way? Are we better prepared for the next pandemic? Has access to climate financing improved? Have we addressed the root causes for the humanitarian crisis and unregulated migration? Have we ensured that the most vulnerable in our societies were lifted out of poverty and hunger? And have we provided for their needs? And we are taking enough actions together as one? Mr. President, Secretary General, colleague heads, we all can conclude that we are not ready and have not taken all the necessary measures. And as leader of my country, Suriname, a small country, one of only 3 carbon-negative countries in the world, I appeal to you today, let us uphold our firm commitment to international principles and international law by all when addressing the global challenges and threats. Today, I urge the United Nations to exert its important role and place in defense of these principles through meaningful dialogue and constructive engagement as tools. These developments will take us further from our shared objectives in 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the promise of leaving no one behind. Mr. President, no country is immune to the climate crisis. Over the past months, Suriname has been affected by excessive rainfall, resulting in floods in many parts of the country. Due to the inflow of salt water, fertile agricultural land was adversely affected, causing economic loss and impacting food security and rural livelihoods. The Secretary General visited Suriname, and during his visit in July this year, he witnessed firsthand the impact climate change, particularly the climate change effect on the low-lying coastal states. He lauded our nature-based solution, such as preserving mangroves, rainforests, and other essential ecosystems. And he stated, the Caribbean is ground zero for the global climate emergency. Mr. President, that is why it is time to act now. We have delivered the $100 billion commitment in climate finance for adaptation. As such, we call for support for a research agenda that will help the region understand the cost of climate change on sectors and economies. Scaling up the means of implementation, including finance, particularly adaptation finance, capacity building, and technology transfer, and not technology dumping. Scaling up finance for adaptation and for response to loss and damage, with prioritization for Caribbean SIDS to access grant and concessionary finance, including through bilateral channels in particular. The establishment of a loss and damage facility under the UN FCCC that would provide SIDS with resources to finance loss and damage resulting from climate change. In this regard, I express appreciation to the Secretary General of the United Nations for his efforts to make the Adaptation Fund more accessible to countries affected by climate change through his Adaptation Finance Initiative. Mr. President, finance is the backbone of sustainable development. The time has come, and the time is now for a real reform of the global financial architecture, a reform that must take into consideration the unique and inherent vulnerabilities that hamper the ability of small and vulnerable economies to overcome economic, environmental, and social shocks. I therefore welcome the appointment of the high-level panel on multidimensional vulnerability index, and we look forward to finding solutions to address the obstacles to realizing the index, in particular the availability of reliable data. Mr. President, the political, economic, and humanitarian crisis in Haiti remains a great concern to the region and requires the attention of the international community. In my capacity as current CARICOM chair, I am committed to exerting all efforts for a dialogue with all stakeholders in Haiti aimed at safeguarding peace and security. It is of utmost importance that any support in resolving the situation in Haiti should be on the basis of a Haitian-supported and owned plan. Conflicts and violence are currently on the rise globally in all regions, which are leading to hostilities and displacements. These hostilities and mass displacements are causing people to face paralyzing levels of poverty and food insecurity. We as member states constituting the United Nations should take up our role in maintaining international peace and security. The achievement of sustainable development is inextricably linked to upholding democratic values, good governance, and respect for human rights. We must allow countries to develop sustainable economies without obstacles. Mr. President, In today's world, differences must be resolved through dialogue and cooperation. Therefore, in our view, the long-standing embargo against Cuba and the Cuban people must be lifted. I believe, Mr. President, that young people are valuable and undeniable partners in every development aspect and in shaping the future. Let me also congratulate the General Secretariat for the establishment of a youth office in the United Nations Secretariat. As lead head within the quasi-cabinet of the Caribbean community responsible for regional youth development, I was pleased with the interaction of region's youth during the last CARICOM leaders meeting held in Suriname. I commend them for taking the responsibility and inspiring their peers to not only demand a seat at the table, but also show up consistently. On my part, Mr. President, I have pledged 10 hectares of land in Suriname for setting up an innovative campus where students and startups from the region will be facilitated to conduct research and development studies. Mr. President, since I took office 2 years ago, my government has been making efforts to bring the economy back on track and bring the development of the country on the right path from an extremely unsustainable position. While a homegrown recovery plan, a 36-month extended fund facility of the IMF, and a national multi-year development plan are in implementation, my government continues to face economic challenges and capacity constraints due to external and unforeseen shocks. Based on the impact of several crises and the measure to reform the economy, the population is going through the hardship now. Therefore, international support in this regard is of utmost importance. Mr. President, to avoid further hardships and to bring some relief to the population, we have taken a decision to re-engage with the IMF to consider where the program can be adjusted to implement the program based on the current realities in the world and to minimize the social costs of this program. We appreciate bilateral and multilateral partners who have expressed solidarity and have provided valuable support to my country and people during these challenging times. Additionally, our goal is to attract investment, to improve productivity and capital allocation, which are critical for growth and poverty reduction. In conclusion, Mr. President, Secretary General, colleague heads, effective and consensus-based multilateralism is the only option for solving the interlocking challenges our world faces today. National solutions to resolve global problems have time and again proven to be ineffective and at times dangerous. Through global solutions with adapted local or national implementation, we should achieve the future we want. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, together we can, together we will, together we have, and together we are stronger. I thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, my fellow leaders, in the last year, our world has experienced great upheaval. A growing crisis in food insecurity, record heat, floods and droughts, COVID-19, inflation, and a brutal, needless war. A war chosen by one man, to be very blunt. Let us speak plainly. A permanent member of the United Nations Security Council invaded its neighbor, attempted to erase a sovereign state from the map. Russia has shamelessly violated the core tenets of the United Nations Charter. No more important than the clear prohibition against countries taking the territory of their neighbor by force. Again, just today, President Putin has made overt nuclear threats against Europe and a reckless disregard for the responsibilities of the non-proliferation regime. Now, Russia's calling up more soldiers to join the fight, and the Kremlin is organizing a sham referenda to try to annex parts of Ukraine, an extremely significant violation of the UN Charter. This world should see these outrageous acts for what they are. Putin claims he had to act because Russia was threatened. But no one threatened Russia, and no one other than Russia sought conflict. In fact, we warned it was coming, and with many of you we worked to try to avert it. Putin's own words make his true purpose unmistakable. Just before he invaded, Putin asserted, and I quote, "Ukraine was created by Russia and never had, quote, real statehood." And now we see attacks on schools, railway stations, hospitals, on centers of Ukrainian history and culture. In the past, even more horrifying evidence of Russia's atrocity and war crimes. Mass graves uncovered in Izium, bodies, according to those who excavated those bodies, showing signs of torture. This war is about extinguishing Ukraine's right to exist as a state, plain and simple, and Ukraine's right to exist as a people. Whoever you are, wherever you live, whatever you believe, that should make your blood run cold. That's why 141 nations in the General Assembly came together and to unequivocally condemn Russia's war against Ukraine. The United States has marshaled massive levels of security assistance and humanitarian aid and direct economic support for Ukraine. More than $25 billion to date. Our allies and partners around the world have stepped up as well. And today, more than 40 countries represented in here have contributed billions of their own money and equipment to help Ukraine defend itself. The United States is also working closely with our allies and partners to impose costs on Russia, to deter attacks against NATO territory, to hold Russia accountable for the atrocities and war crimes. Because if nations can pursue their imperial ambitions without consequences, then we put at risk everything this very institution stands for, everything. Every victory won on the battlefield belongs to the courageous Ukrainian soldiers. But this past year, the world was tested as well. And we did not hesitate. We chose liberty. We chose sovereignty. We chose principles to which every party to the United Nations Charter is beholding. We stood with Ukraine. Like you, the United States wants this war to end on just terms, on terms we all signed up for, that you cannot seize a nation's territory by force, that the only country standing in the way of that is Russia. So, this body who's determined to uphold the principles and beliefs we pledge to defend as members of the United Nations must be clear, firm, and unwavering in our resolve. Ukraine has the same rights that belong to every sovereign nation. We will stand in solidarity with Ukraine. We will stand in solidarity against Russia's aggression, period. Now, it's no secret that in the contest between democracy and autocracy, the United States and I, as President, champion a vision for our world that's grounded in the values of democracy. The United States is determined to defend and strengthen democracy at home and around the world because I believe democracy remains humanity's greatest instrument to address the challenges of our time. We're working with the G7 and like-minded countries to prove democracies can deliver for their citizens, but also deliver for the rest of the world as well. But as we meet today, the UN Charter's very basis of a stable and just rule-based order is under attack by those who wish to tear it down or distort it for their own political advantage. And the United Nations Charter was not only signed by democracies of the world, it was negotiated among citizens, dozens of nations with vastly different histories and ideologies, united in their commitment to work for peace. As President Truman said in 1945, the UN Charter, and I quote, is proof that nations like men can state their differences, can face them, and then can find common ground on which to stand, end of quote. That common ground was so straightforward, so basic, that today 193 of you, 193 member states have willingly embraced its principles. And standing up for those principles for the UN Charter is the job of every responsible member state. I reject the use of violence and war to conquer nations or expand borders through bloodshed, to stand against global politics of fear and coercion, to defend the sovereign rights of smaller nations as equal to those of larger ones, to embrace basic principles like freedom of navigation, respect for international law, and arms control. No matter what else we may disagree on, that is the common ground upon which we must stand. If you're still committed to a strong foundation for the good of every nation around the world, then the United States wants to work with you. I also believe the time has come for this institution to become more inclusive so that it can better respond to the needs of today's world. Members of the UN Security Council, including the United States, should consistently uphold and defend the UN Charter and refrain from the use of the veto, except in rare, extraordinary situations, to ensure that the Council remains credible and effective. That is also why the United States supports increasing the number of both permanent and non-permanent representatives of the Council. This includes permanent seats for those nations we have long supported and permanent seats for countries in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. The United States is committed to this vital work. In every region, we pursued new, constructive ways to work with partners to advance shared interests, from elevating the Quad in the Indo-Pacific to signing the Los Angeles Declaration of Migration and Protection at the Summit of the Americas, to joining a historic meeting of 9 Arab leaders to work toward a more peaceful, integrated Middle East, to hosting the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit in this December. As I said last year, the United States is opening an era of relentless diplomacy to address the challenges that matter most to people's lives, all people's lives. Tackling climate crisis, as the previous speaker spoke to, strengthening global health security, feeding the world. We made that priority, and 1 year later, we're keeping that promise. From the day I came to office, we've led with bold climate agenda. We've rejoined the Paris Agreement, convened the major climate summits, helped deliver critical agreements on the COP26. We helped get 2/3 of the world's GDP on track to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And now, I've signed a historic piece of legislation here in the United States that includes the biggest, most important climate commitment we have ever made in the history of our country, $369 billion toward climate change. That includes tens of billions in new investments in offshore wind and solar, doubling down on zero-emission vehicles, increasing energy efficiency, supporting clean manufacturing. Our Department of Energy estimates that this new law will reduce U.S. emissions by 1 gigaton a year by 2030, while unleashing a new era of clean energy-powered economic growth. Our investments will also help reduce the cost of developing clean energy technologies worldwide, not just in the United States. This is a global game changer, and none too soon. We don't have much time. We all know we're already living in a climate crisis. No one seems to doubt it after this past year. We meet. Much of Pakistan is still underwater, needs help. Meanwhile, the Horn of Africa faces unprecedented drought. Families are facing impossible choices, choosing which child to feed and wondering whether they'll survive. This is the human cost of climate change, and it's growing, not lessening. So, as I announced last year, to meet our global responsibility, my administration is working with our Congress to deliver more than $11 billion a year to international climate finance, to help lower-income countries implement their climate goals and ensure a just energy transition. The key part of that will be our PEPFAR plan, which will help 500 million people in especially vulnerable countries adapt to the impacts of climate change and build resilience. This need is enormous. So let this be the moment we find within ourselves the will to turn back the tide of climate devastation, and unlock a resilient, sustainable, clean energy economy to preserve our planet. On global health, we've delivered more than 620 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine to 116 countries around the world, with more available to help meet countries' needs. All free of charge, no strings attached, and we're working closely with the G20 and other countries in the United States to help lead the change to establish a groundbreaking new fund for pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response at the World Bank. At the same time, we've continued to advance the ball on enduring global health challenges. Later today, I'll host the 7th Replenishment Conference for the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. With bipartisan support in our Congress, I have pledged to contribute up to $6 billion to that effort. So I look forward to welcoming a historic round of pledges at the conference, resulting in one of the largest global health fundraisers ever held in all history. We're also taking down the food crisis head on, with as many as 193 million people around the world experience acute food insecurity, a jump of 40 million in a year. Today I'm announcing another $2.9 billion in U.S. support for life-saving humanitarian and food security assistance for this year alone. Russia, in the meantime, is pumping out lies, trying to pin the blame for the crisis, the food crisis, on the sanctions imposed by many in the world for the aggression against Ukraine. So let me be perfectly clear about something. Our sanctions explicitly allow Russia the ability to export food and fertilizer. No limitation. It's Russia's war, that is worsening food insecurity, and only Russia can end it. I'm grateful for the work here at the UN, including your leadership, Mr. Secretary General, establishing a mechanism to export grain from Black Sea ports in Ukraine that Russia had blocked for months, and we need to make sure it's extended. We believe strongly in the need to feed the world. That's why the United States is the world's largest supporter of the World Food Program, with more than 40% of its budget. We're the leading support of the UNICEF efforts to feed children around the world. To take on a larger challenge of food insecurity, the United States introduced a call to action, a roadmap eliminating global food insecurity, that more than 100 nation member states have already supported. In June, the G7 announced more than $4.5 billion to strengthen food security around the world through USAID's Feed the Future initiative. The United States is scaling up innovative ways to get drought and heat-resistant seeds into the hands of farmers who need them, while distributing fertilizer and improving fertilizer efficiency so that farmers can grow more while using less. And we're calling on all countries to refrain from banning food exports or hoarding grain while so many people are suffering. Because in every country in the world, no matter what else divides us, if parents cannot feed their children, nothing else matters. If parents cannot feed their children. As we look to the future, we're working with our partners to update and create rules of the road for new challenges we face in the 21st century. We launched the Trade and Technology Council with the European Union to ensure that key technologies are developed and governed in the way that benefits everyone. With our partner countries and through the UN, we're supporting and strengthening the norms of responsible state behavior in cyberspace, and working to hold accountable those who use cyber attacks to threaten international peace and security. With partners in the Americas, Africa, Europe, and the Middle East, and the Indo-Pacific, we're working to build a new economic ecosystem where every nation gets a fair shot, and economic growth is resilient, sustainable, and shared. That's why the United States has championed a global minimum tax, and we will work to see it implemented so major corporations pay their fair share everywhere. It's also been the idea behind the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which the United States launched this year with 13 other Indo-Pacific economies. We're working with our partners in ASEAN and the Pacific Islands to support a vision for a critical Indo-Pacific region that is free and open, connected and prosperous, secure and resilient. Together with partners around the world, we're working to secure resilient supply chains that protect everyone from coercion or domination, and ensure that no country can use energy as a weapon. And as Russia's war riles the global economy, we're also calling on major global creditors, including the non-Paris Club countries, to transparently negotiate debt forgiveness for lower-income countries, to forestall broader economic and political crisis around the world. Instead of infrastructure projects that generated huge and large debt without delivering on the promised advantages, let's meet the enormous infrastructure needs around the world with transparent investments, high-standard projects that protect the rights of workers and the environment, keyed to the needs of the communities they serve, not to the contributor. That's why the United States, together with fellow G7 partners, launched a Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. We intend to collectively mobilize $600 billion in investment through this partnership by 2027. Dozens of projects are already underway. Industrial-scale vaccine manufacturing in Senegal, transformative solar projects in Angola, first-of-its-kind small modular nuclear power plant in Romania. These are investments that are going to deliver returns not just for those countries, but for everyone. The United States will work with every nation, including our competitors, to solve global problems like climate change. Climate diplomacy is not a favor to the United States or any other nation, and walking away hurts the entire world. Let me be direct about the competition between the United States and China. As we manage shifting geopolitical trends, the United States will conduct itself as a reasonable leader. We do not seek conflict. We do not seek a Cold War. We do not ask any nation to choose between the United States or any other partner. But the United States will be unabashed in promoting our vision of a free, open, secure, and prosperous world and what we have to offer communities of nations. Investments that are designed not to foster dependency, but to alleviate burdens and help nations become self-sufficient. Partnerships not to create political obligation, but because we know our own success. Each of our successes increased when other nations succeed as well. When individuals have the chance to live in dignity and develop their talents, everyone benefits. Critical to that is living up to the highest goals of this institution, increasing peace and security for everyone, everywhere. The United States will not waver in our unrelenting determination to counter and thwart the continuing terrorist threats to our world. And we will lead with our diplomacy to strive for peaceful resolution of conflicts. We seek to uphold peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits. We remain committed to our One China policy, which has helped prevent conflict for 4 decades. And we continue to oppose unilateral changes in the status quo by either side. We support an African Union-led peace process to end the fighting in Ethiopia, restore security for all its people. In Venezuela, where years of political oppression have driven more than 6 million people from that country, we urge the Venezuelan-led dialogue and return to free and fair elections. We continue to stand with our neighbor in Haiti as it faces political, fueled gang violence and an enormous human crisis. And we call on the world to do the same. We have more to do. We'll continue to back the UN-mediated truce in Yemen, which has delivered precious months of peace to people that have suffered years of war. And we will continue to advocate for lasting negotiating peace between the Jewish and Democratic State of Israel and the Palestinian people. The United States is committed to Israel's security, full stop. And a negotiated 2-state solution remains, in our view, the best way to ensure Israel's security and prosperity for the future and give the Palestinians the state to which they are entitled. Both sides to fully respect the equal rights of their citizens. Both people enjoying equal measure of freedom and dignity. Let me also urge every nation to recommit to strengthening the nuclear non-proliferation regime through diplomacy. No matter what else is happening in the world, the United States is ready to pursue critical arms control measures. A nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. The 5 permanent members of the Security Council just reaffirmed that commitment in January. But today, we're seeing disturbing trends. Russia shunned the non-proliferation ideals embraced by every other nation at the 10th NPT Review Conference. And again today, as I said, they're making irresponsible nuclear threats to use nuclear weapons. China is conducting an unprecedented, concerning nuclear buildup without any transparency. Despite our efforts to begin serious and sustained diplomacy, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea continues to blatantly violate UN sanctions. And while the United States is prepared for a mutual return to the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action if Iran steps up to its obligations, the United States is clear. We will not allow Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon. I continue to believe that diplomacy is the best way to achieve this outcome. The non-proliferation regime is one of the greatest successes of this institution. We cannot let the world now slide backwards, nor can we turn a blind eye to the erosion of human rights. Perhaps singular among this body's achievements stands the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is the standard by which our forebears challenged us to measure ourselves. They made clear in 1948, human rights are the basis for all that we seek to achieve. And yet today, in 2022, fundamental freedoms are at risk in every part of our world, from the violations in Xinjiang, detailed recent reports by the Office of UN and U.S. reports detailing by the U.S. High Commissioner, to the horrible abuses against pro-democracy activists and ethnic minorities by the military regime in Burma, to the increased repression of women and girls by the Taliban in Afghanistan. And today, we stand with the brave citizens and the brave women of Iran who right now are demonstrating to secure their basic rights. But here's what I know. The future will be won by those countries that unleash the full potential of their populations, where women and girls can exercise equal rights, including basic reproductive rights, and contribute fully to building a stronger economies and more resilient societies, where religious and ethnic minorities can live their lives without harassment and contribute to the fabric of their communities, where the LGBTQ plus community, individuals, live and love freely without being targeted with violence, where citizens can question and criticize their leaders without fear of reprisal. The United States will always promote human rights and the values enshrined in the UN Charter in our own country and around the world. Let me end with this. This institution, guided by the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, is at its core an act of dauntless hope. Let me say that again. It's an act of dauntless hope. Think about the vision of those first delegates who undertook a seemingly impossible task while the world was still smoldering. Think about how divided the people of the world must have felt with the fresh grief of millions dead, the genocidal horrors of the Holocaust exposed. They had every right to believe only the worst of humanity. Instead, they reached for what was best in all of us, and they strove to build something better. Enduring peace, comity among nations, equal rights for every member of the human family, cooperation for the advancement of all humankind. My fellow leaders, the challenges we face today are great indeed, but our capacity is greater. Our commitment must be greater still. So let's stand together to again declare the unmistakable resolve that nations of the world are united still, that we stand for the values of the UN Charter, that we still believe by working together we can bend the arc of history toward a freer and more just world for all our children, although none of us have fully achieved it. We're not passive witnesses to history. We are the authors of history. We can do this. We have to do it for ourselves and for our future, for humankind. Thank you for your tolerance, for listening to me. I appreciate it very much. God bless you all.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States of America for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. May I request representatives to remain seated while we suspend the meeting for 5 minutes before resuming to hear the next speaker.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, may I ask you to be seated? The meeting is resumed. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Egils Levits, President of Republic of Latvia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Egils Levits, President of the Republic of Latvia, and to invite him to address the Assembly. Excellencies, I call for order. Please remain seated. Please go ahead, Your Excellency. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I confirm Latvia's readiness to cooperate constructively with you. Our agenda is full and still growing. To quote George Orwell, contrary to popular belief, the past was not more eventful than the present. Let me focus today on a few fundamental themes. First, the upholding of international law. International law is the basis for world peace order established by the United Nations Charter. At the core of this order is respect for the sovereignty of states and prohibition of the use of force. Starting a war of aggression is the gravest threat to our world peace order. Nevertheless, 7 months now, Russia has been waging an unprovoked and unjustified war against a sovereign UN member state, Ukraine. Let me stress, this is not just a regional security issue. Russia's military aggression against Ukraine threatens global security and stability. In the 21st century, Russia maintains a 19th century ideology of imperialism, colonialism, and racism. Russia invaded Georgia in 2008. It illegally annexed Ukraine's Crimea in 2014. It had used increasingly aggressive rhetoric towards other neighboring countries. These are all manifestations of its imperialistic and colonial ambitions. Denying another nation's right to exist, promoting the idea of supremacy of Russians and their special missionary role in the world. These are all contemporary expressions of racism. That is exactly the opposite of what the United Nations stands for. Mr. President, dear colleagues, Russia's war in Ukraine has caused a humanitarian disaster. A third of the Ukrainian population has been forced to leave their homes. Russia is preventing Ukrainian-grown food from reaching the world market. Also, Russia uses its position in the energy market to exert pressure. High energy prices maintain high levels of global inflation, which most dramatically affects the world's most vulnerable populations. Russia continues to spread false narratives about the cause of the global crisis in food, fuel, and finances. These lies must be overturned. Russia alone is responsible for this crisis. Mr. President, we, the law-abiding member states of the United Nations are responsible for supporting Ukraine's self-defense and stopping the aggressor. Russia's ability to finance the war against Ukraine must be limited. Global sanctions in the fields of finance, trade, transport, and energy, as well as restrictive measures against individuals and legal entities, must be maintained and strengthened. Belarus, being equally responsible for enabling Russia's military aggression against Ukraine, is also being sanctioned. Since the beginning of the war, Latvia has spent over 0.8% of our GDP on military, economic, financial, and humanitarian aid to Ukraine. We stand with the brave people of Ukraine. The heroic defense mounted by the people of Ukraine is bringing success. Today we learn the partial mobilization has been declared in Russia, as their once mighty army is overwhelmed. The blitzkrieg envisaged by President Putin has turned into a long nightmare. In another sign of desperation, Russia plans to hold illegal referenda in the coming days on the annexation of the occupied territories to the Russian Federation. This is a blatant contravention of both Ukrainian and international law. Latvia will not recognize the legitimacy of these referenda and their results. I call on the international community to do likewise. Mr. President, dear colleagues, impunity means invitation to further crimes. Therefore, the aggressor must be held accountable. The International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court have already started proceedings on particular aspects of Russia's war against Ukraine. The European Court of Human Rights has also initiated proceedings. However, a legal gap remains. No international court has jurisdiction over the main issue, the starting of a war of aggression, the gravest violation of the Charter of United Nations and international law. Therefore, I call for the establishment of a special tribunal. The main task of the special tribunal would be to investigate the responsibility of the Russian state in the crime of aggression. After the war, Russia will have to pay reparations to Ukraine for damages. The special tribunal could be part of an international reparations mechanism. The special tribunal could be established on the basis of a resolution of the General Assembly by another international organization or a group of like-minded states. Mr. President, let me now turn to the sustainable development and climate change issues. Agenda 2030 is a common roadmap for overcoming our challenges and creating future-oriented, sustainable and inclusive policies. This year, Latvia submitted to the United Nations its second progress report on sustainable development goals, highlighting the areas of education, gender equality, youth participation, and international cooperation. The implementation of Agenda 2030 is also the overarching goal of Latvia's development cooperation policy. Over the past 30 years, Latvia has developed expertise in democratic processes, good governance, socio-economic changes, and gender equality. Good governance, especially strengthening of the rule of law and democracy, accounts for the more than 40% of all support provided by Latvia. As a member of the Peacebuilding Commission, we are sharing our expertise on societal resilience. Joint efforts must also be continued to address the consequences of climate change, including through development cooperation efforts. For example, in Central Asia, Latvia has been working with the promotion of clean technologies. Particularly related to the protection of climate is the problem of global justice. Latvia supports the view that the greatest polluters should bear a greater burden for the protection of the climate. Latvia consequently advocates for more justice and for more solidarity on the global agenda. Mr. President, we are convinced that digitization is one of the most important agents of change. Latvia supports innovative and proven digital solutions that promotes the efficiency of public administration, public participation in decision-making, and the creation of new economic opportunities. Let me now highlight security and fundamental rights in digital space. The digital space is an integral part of our lives. It has enormous potential to contribute to the sustainable development of nations. Therefore, we must resist attempts to turn the digital space into a battlefield where international law is challenged and basic rights are ignored. Use of people's data in ways incompatible with their human dignity, rights, and security must be prevented. The global internet must be open, free, reliable, and secure. We support the proposal of the UN Secretary General to agree on a global digital compact, which should reduce the digital gap between the developed and developing countries. Both the COVID pandemic and current geopolitical challenges highlights the need to strengthen the resilience of society by combating disinformation, promoting media literacy, and strengthening media freedom. Accordingly, Latvia is actively preparing for the upcoming 11th Global Media Information Literacy Week. Critical thinking skills build our immunity to disinformation. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, the aggression by a permanent member of the UN Security Council against another UN member state undermines the basic principles of the multilateral system that we have been building for decades. This situation once again confirms that a meaningful reform of the UN Security Council is necessary. As a first-time candidate for the Security Council in the 2025 elections, Latvia takes the responsibilities of membership very seriously. We will strive to make the Security Council more effective, accountable, coherent, and transparent. Latvia supports a more just, equitable representation by member states, notably from Africa. Mr. President, the Baltic states have much to contribute to the work of the United Nations. For us, the horrors of war, occupation, and harsh rule by a colonial power are within living memories. So is the fight for liberty and restored independence, and the transition to a successful, sustainable economy and the rule of law. We have no wish to dominate or intimidate anyone. We reject the idea of spheres of influence. As smaller states, we have an existential interest in effective multilateralism. Therefore, Latvia will continue to contribute to the work of the United Nations in the spirit of optimism and determination. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Latvia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Guillermo Lasso Mendoza, Constitutional President of the Republic of Ecuador. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Guillermo Lasso Mendoza, Constitutional President of the Republic of Ecuador, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor
Mr. President, Excellencies, at the beginning of this year, a young man from Colombia, whose name is Mateo, was going about his daily student activities in the east of Europe. As many migrant Latin Americans, Mateo was focused on pursuing his dreams. In this case, he was pursuing his medical degree at the National University of Zaporizhia. However, on one day in February, this dream was transformed into a nightmare due to the absurd war of Russia against Ukraine. And while the whole world witnessed with horror the beginning of a war, the dimensions of which hadn't been seen in decades, Mateo actually experienced this in his own flesh. He found himself very close to the most dangerous military actions, and due to my respect for him and his traumatic experience, I prefer not to disclose these experiences. Now, using his own ingenuity as well as the solidarity of other people, Mateo made use of various means of transport, including on horseback, in order to go directly to the closest border. In the meantime, while all this was taking place in Ecuador, we were in the process of establishing a national crisis committee which fulfilled its goal of repatriating 730 Ecuadorian citizens on board of humanitarian flights. On one of these flights, Mateo managed to find a seat. His sister is Ecuadorian, and so that transforms him into part of our transnational family. His Colombian parents today reside in Ecuador thanks to special humanitarian visas that have been issued by our government. But it wasn't just Mateo. This same story was experienced by various Colombian, Peruvian, and other Latin American citizens, and even Ukrainians, who managed to escape the war thanks to this enormous diplomatic effort led by our country. I am telling you all this because if you take away just one message from me, I would like it to be the following: that Ecuador is there to help the world. Ecuador leaves no one behind. And this is why I am sure that the world will not leave Ecuador behind in any of its specific challenges that it faces. Mr. President, Excellencies, when I prepare for these types of events, I usually consult various experts in international relations. They usually mention to me the principles enshrined in the UN Charter, which speaks of sovereign equality of states, of good faith, the peaceful resolution of disputes, territorial integrity, and political independence. It also speaks of the non-use of force to resolve disputes, the full respect for human rights, and I could continue. All these are admirable concepts that throughout almost 8 decades have preserved relative stability that today is being challenged. However, I preferred to begin my intervention by speaking of Mateo, a Latin American student who, as thousands of others, was in Ukraine pursuing his dream. Because those who know me know that I am not a scholar or an academic or an assiduous attendee of international forums. The reality is that most of my life I have cultivated a very simple idea, and this idea is that the only way of generating value is by always in every activity that one carries out, always putting human beings at the center, because it is always in human beings that I place my trust. I place my trust in people. And I am going to tell you precisely why that is important. I want to tell you why I believe that this is vital, not only for a country, but for the construction of a world that is more peaceful and stable. I firmly believe that any institution or political system, whether it is national or international, derives its legitimacy from the well-being that it is capable of creating for its citizens. It shouldn't only base its legitimacy in this, but it should renew that legitimacy daily based on the consent of the people who live in that system. And here, in this great institution, we form a family of nations. And nations, in fact, are themselves families of citizens. And from what happens in each one of our small families depends the well-being of the greater family. Its stability depends on it, and ultimately, its peace depends on that well-being. And you can take these words from someone who today leads a country where in the past marginality and abandonment have been the breeding ground for magic formulas of the most predictable kind of populism. I am speaking of the same populism that then usually drops its mask and shows its true authoritarian face. The same face that, when it is in the government, flirts with dangerous actors that hide beyond the reach of our international institutions in order to create some of the threats that today bring us together and lead us to ask, what do we do with these threats and challenges? Challenges have various aspects, but I will always insist that if we want to make sure that these threats remain far from us, it is necessary to start by clearly pointing to the ugly face of authoritarianism. And for that, we always need to, as we go into going in a circle, we need to return to the source, the same source. We need to create opportunities for people. We need a global order where all citizens feel included, connected, and represented. An interdependent order where opportunities flow freely from one corner of our planet to the other. We need a balance in which every day is increasingly more difficult for aspiring dictators to blame their failures on supposed asymmetries of the global order. We need to open the doors of opportunity to more people, to more citizens, and to never close those opportunities on the pretext of the false notion of sovereignty, which in reality is not sovereignty, but rather arrogance. We need to understand that international security is not simply a right that one can demand, but rather it is a duty that all of us share. In fact, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, my government has found itself in the strange position of having to inaugurate or launch a fight against a threat that in the past was not confronted head-on, but rather it was concealed. I am speaking of obscure actors who, instead of being fought, were silently accommodated in the hope that no one would notice them. Today, Ecuador is in the midst of a frontal war, and unprecedented war against the traffic of drugs. As mentioned in the last global report on drugs in 2022, Ecuador is the third country in the world with the most cocaine seized. And today, we are stepping up our activities more than ever to maximize the seizures of drugs and to dismantle transnational organizations that transport these drugs. We know that we're not the only ones who are fighting this monster. And by the way, this monster doesn't have only one face, but various faces, such as trafficking of persons, laundering of assets, illegal trafficking of weapons, and even illegal mining. It is calculated that transnational crime moves an amount of money that oscillates between 1.6 and 2.2 trillion dollars. Those are figures that exceed by several factors of 10 the entire economy of a country like Ecuador. However, it would be a mistake to quantify the consequences of transnational crime only in economic terms. We need to also think of, especially in the irreparable losses in terms of the lives lost and dreams destroyed, in the horrifying cries of families, but also in the silence that it imposes in certain communities. Today, just a few days ago, in the center of the city of Guayaquil, where I was born, a prosecutor was cowardly assassinated by hitmen from organized crime. This was an official who was leading various investigations, including certain cases that involve transnational mafias. This murder not only means that Ecuador loses a very important law enforcement official, or that his children will grow up without a father. It is a murder that leaves us an additional lesson, and that is that transnational crime requires a transnational solution, and that we have two options. Or we're going to suffer separately from an enemy that acts in a coordinated fashion in various countries in order to ignore our laws, or we can unite our efforts to vanquish that enemy. The events clearly demonstrate that we need more cooperation, and I will never tire of insisting on this. In Ecuador, it's not just with record seizures, but also with the sacrifice of our officials, and that we're demonstrating that we deserve this assistance and this international help to strengthen institutions. And also, these are institutions where these officials are working selflessly. I want to take advantage of this opportunity to work together also to combat against gender violence. In the case of Ecuador, the disappearance of a courageous woman, a lawyer, a mother, and daughter should be the symbol of this challenge, of the challenge of combating against violence against women. Ecuador has demonstrated that we're there for the world. The world can count on us, and I'm sure that the world will support us and help us in these challenges. In the area of human mobility, we have taken decisions that have been applauded these days. We're not only maintaining our long trajectory as a transit country, a country that welcomes and is a refuge for migrants, but also traditionally we have been one of the biggest host countries of refugees in the entire Western Hemisphere. But beyond simply welcoming refugees, I want to refer to the treatment that those citizens receive when they enter our country. In Ecuador, we make special efforts to ensure, to guarantee the rights, and especially, more importantly, the integration of migrants, particularly when we're talking about families whose countries of origin do not offer alternatives of a better life, and these people have no other option other than to flee. For example, 500,000 Venezuelans who today live in Ecuador. We're one of the three main destinations for migrants from this country, and in spite of our budgetary difficulties, we provide assistance to this population with healthcare, education, and other social services. We have also begun a long process of regularization of their status. Just think, Mr. President, what this means in a small country such as ours. Now, think about the impact of a population of that size would have on each one of your countries. This is why I repeat, Ecuador is there for the world. The world can count on Ecuador, and I know that the world will support us with this plan for regularizing the status of our Venezuelan brethren who have had to flee their country. I have the firm hope that this will be the case. But it's not just that. Ecuador is also fulfilling its responsibility in the climate crisis as a country that is the emitter of greenhouse gases. We represent barely 0.18% of global emissions, and yet, without the need to wait or the need to suggest to us, my government took the decision to convert Ecuador in the first country in Latin America and the fourth in the world to adopt a cross-cutting policy towards environmental transition, including creating a special ministry for this. And this is not merely an issue of how much a country has industrialized in the past, but rather how much a country can contribute in the future. This is why almost a year ago, in the framework of the conference, the climate conference in Glasgow, I announced the creation of a new marine reserve called Hermandad, or Brotherhood, in the Galapagos Islands, which increased by 60,000 square kilometers the protected area of this natural heritage site of humanity. That same year, this was further complemented with the signature of a declaration for the preservation and management of ecosystems included in the marine corridor of the East Tropical Pacific. This was we signed this together with my colleagues from the presidents of Colombia, Costa Rica, and Panama, two provide a new dimension and political impetus to the goals of the Marine Corridor. Thus, we are opening new opportunities for cooperation, financing, and technical assistance for the conservation not only of equatorial biodiversity or regional biodiversity, but rather global biodiversity. But we're more ambitious. We're looking beyond that. It's in this same very institution where we have promoted the mandate of the General Assembly on the environment in order to negotiate a future treaty on the plastic pollution. And so in the area of environmental conservation, Ecuador is also there for the world. Mr. President, in each one of the topics I have mentioned here, in each one of these challenges and uncertainties that the future holds before us, Ecuador supports a conviction that we need to find the responses within ourselves. In our understanding that we as human beings share this planet Earth, and what we have in common is much bigger than what divides us, what separates us. And in fact, it could happen that we are not even aware that we have in our hands keys to solve problems that other nations or other individuals are confronting. In fact, that is what happened with Mateo, the student that we managed to transport from Ukraine. If on each challenge we apply that form of thinking, if we dare to tackle each threat from a common position, we will go much farther. For example, take the food crisis, which today has been aggravated by the conflict in Ukraine, and that has meant the worsening of malnutrition in various countries. International figures speak of 52 million children younger than 5 years of age that today suffer malnutrition. 17 million suffer from acute malnutrition, and 155 million suffer from stunted growth. In Ecuador, this problem affects some 30% of children younger than 2 years of age, and in the most tragic cases, in some of our poorest provinces, the figure is above 35% of malnutrition. To confront this problem, my government has been a pioneer. We have created a technical secretariat. It's called Ecuador Develops Without Child Malnutrition, and I have set a very clear goal for my term: reduce during my term of government by 6 percentage points the malnutrition of children, and we have ensured the participation of civil society, academia, the private sector, and local governments in these efforts. And however, we can certainly do even more. We can dare to think as a global community. I won't be revealing any kind of secret to you if I tell you how fertile is the land in Ecuador, how productive our land is. If that land is worked with optimism and dedication. We are the country where cocoa is grown, banana, where we produce shrimp, but also avocado and a lot of other agricultural goods. It makes no sense that our children, or children from anywhere in the world, suffer hunger. In this situation or any other situation, and especially given that the land is there to be harvested, not only for food, but also for opportunities. This new Ecuador today represents advantages, that could serve not only to ease hunger, but also to create this world that is more stable and peaceful that I mentioned, where citizens are included on every single day, feel more included through the creation of opportunities. That is the world that I see. That is the world that today we are proposing to you from Ecuador. Lastly, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, former Secretary General of the UN, Ban Ki-moon, said, peace is a form of being, of relating to others, of living on this planet. It cannot be decreed only through treaties. It must be nourished with rights and the abilities and skills of every single individual. End of quote. I believe that in very few words that encapsulates the spirit of what I've tried to say, and I will take this opportunity to express the support of Ecuador for the efforts of the Secretary General, the current Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. I would like to, in conclusion, thank everyone for the overwhelming support for the election of my country as a member of the Security Council for the period 2023-2024. Our participation will take place in a context in which humankind is experiencing a period of uncertainty and unprecedented challenges. But you can always be certain that, as we have always done, Ecuador will be there, fulfilling its duty to the world. We will conduct ourselves with coherency and transparency, with an emphasis on supporting humanitarian assistance and peacekeeping operations, on the protection of civilians in situation of armed conflict, on the agenda of women, peace, and security, on the fight against arms trafficking, and always addressing emerging challenges in the context of sustaining peace. In all this, and each decision, and each effort at mediation, and each opportunity to contribute to the stability and peace of our planet, you can be certain, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, that Ecuador will be there for you and for your citizens. Ecuador will be there for the world. Thank you very much for your kind attention for this intervention. May God bless us all.
I wish to thank the Constitutional President of the Republic of Ecuador for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, and to invite him to.
Your Excellency, Ambassador Korosi, President of the 77th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the UN, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, first, we congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as the seventh President of the UN General Assembly. With your vast experience, we're confident that you will successfully provide the required leadership during your tenure as President of the General Assembly. We pay tribute, of course, in the same manner to Mr. Abdallah Shahid for his unwavering dedication and good stewardship during the 76th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, we meet here at a very difficult time, a time when global challenges have not only multiplied, but have become more complex. Such challenges include the COVID-19 pandemic, the climate change, the war in Ukraine, and the associated effects of the supply chain disruptions, food insecurity around the world, the high commodity and energy prices, as well as the overall high cost of living, which have cast a dark shadow on the attainment of the SDGs on our continent. The risk and the world, the risk of reversal in the hard-won developmental gains is ever so real. COVID-19 unmasked the global inequalities which stretch well beyond income and political boundaries, as evidenced through the varied access to vaccines. The risk of further inequality is also real, especially for us developing countries which have inadequate capacity to adapt and mitigate the effects of climate change, despite our insignificant carbon footprint. Sadly so. This is truly a defining moment of our time, where collective efforts must be channeled to address the numerous challenges that we face. Mr. President, it is why Zambia welcomes the challenge on building our common agenda and endorsed the call to convene the summit for the future. We call for the attainment of a pact for the future that underwrites a new form of multilateralism in our world, one where major challenges are faced together in solidarity within a context of revitalized international order that is rules-based, number one, number two, fair and inclusive, number three, with the United Nations at the center of it all. As a country with the 2/3 of our population below the age of 25, the outlook on the future and emphasis on intergenerational equity is so important to us. Our government seeks to harness this democratic dividend by investing in its youthful population and energetic members of our population for a better future. We therefore support the establishment of the UN Youth Office at the UN here. This should encourage meaningful youth engagement in diverse ways, such as in political representation, access to lifelong skills training and education, support to youth innovation, and indeed entrepreneurship, decision-making, and all the spheres of life, including climate change and environmental protection. Mr. President, in spite of the steady progress made towards curbing the COVID-19 pandemic, we still need to remain vigilant to guard against the possibility of its resurgence. We have all experienced the negative impact of the pandemic, particularly the loss of millions of our loved ones, lives across the world, disruption in social economic activities. As the world continues to recover from this pandemic, it is therefore necessary to find lasting solutions, including investment in resilient health systems that will respond to future pandemics of the likes that we have witnessed with the COVID-19, just amongst others. This entails the establishment of a versatile international public health regime that will be devoid of hoarding vaccines and related technologies to guarantee rapid deployment of supplies, indeed from a global reserve to tackle future pandemics. Mr. President, the reemergence of polio in our world is of great concern, and as such, Zambia is participating in supplementary immunization activities along with a number of countries in our region in order to prevent and halt the spread of wild poliovirus type 1. This is in addition to ongoing activities to fight other vaccine-preventable diseases such as what? Measles, as well as to strengthen our routine immunization and maintain essential health services for maternal and child health. As the Globe Cholera Control Champion, and many thanks to the WHO who gave us this opportunity to serve in this role, our fight against cholera must continue with vigor, relentlessly with vigor. We also need to remain alert to any possible outbreaks of monkeypox, Ebola virus, and indeed other threats. in our world. The international community must work together to address the growing threat to environmental, human, and animal health resulting from antimicrobial resistance, commonly referred to as drug resistance. Drug resistance, bacterial infections to bacterial infections continue to cause millions of deaths where, for example, in particular, sub-Saharan Africa has the greatest burden of resistance bacterial infections, accounting for a greater proportion of deaths in our regions. This calls for greater control systems in access to antimicrobial medicines for both human and animal use. I shall now focus on other areas of interest. Economic performance. Mr. President, the Ukraine crisis has hampered the recovery that was slowly taking hold, particularly in the developing world, where large sections of our society remain in extreme poverty and the inequalities widen by the day. With the attainment of the SDGs off track, countries must intensify national consultative processes and stakeholder engagements and renew commitments to poverty reduction, tackle energy poverty, support debt restructuring, and enhance access to concessional finance, very important to our own development agendas in our individual countries. On our part, we hereby indicate this, in this regard, our intention to present our second voluntary national review in July 2023 to highlight Zambia's progress towards sustainable development goals, achievement of. Despite the challenges in the external environment, we are resolved to rebuild the Zambian economy, and this resolve remains strong ever before. Our economic recovery is on track, Mr. President, evidenced by the positive growth indicators and stabilization of key macro variables such as what? Interest rate regime, indeed, exchange rate market stability, inflation, which we have been able to pull down from 25% to well under 9.8% in just 1 year of being in office. Mr. President, Zambia is on a path of growth from the economic contraction that we experienced in the past, which was somewhere in the region of -2%, and to GDP estimated now just under a year to grow at about 3%. When you add -2 and 3% growth, it means we've grown by about 5% in the last 12 months. This is something that has been difficult to achieve, but with a lot of hard work, we've been able to do it. But we want to do more. Effectively, in terms of social economic benefits, our commitment to providing equal opportunities, especially for the young people, has been demonstrated by the introduction of free primary and secondary education, as we believe that education is the best equalizer. Education is the best investment. Education is the best inheritance, without doubt. Consistent with our pledge to invest in human capital, we have recruited over 30,000 teachers, 11,000 health workers in 2022 alone. We are decentralizing, Mr. President, our service delivery and have increased the allocation of Constituency Development Fund by over 1,000 percentage points in our first budget in office. Just the beginning. Expenditure of these funds at community level is meant to ensure inclusive and sustainable economic growth that will support SME development and employment creation across all our 10 provinces, 156 constituencies in our country. I'm pleased to note that we have reached, in principle, agreement with our creditors under the common framework to restructure the national debt which we inherited, and have effectively concluded an IMF deal based on our more important homegrown economic transformation plan. We say many thanks to the International Monetary Fund, to the World Bank, and basically the UN system and other cooperating partners for your support. Climate change. Mr. President, the adverse effects of climate change have continued to ravage our planet. in addressing the emerging global crisis on climate change, allow me to cite a situation in Zambia where recently 1/2 of our country experienced total crop failure due to extreme drought, and another half of our country experienced floods in one season. This is obviously not normal. Climate change, negative effects. Such extreme weather events are a timely reminder of the grave consequences of climate change. We therefore need robust solutions and cohesion in our approach at the global and regional levels to address effects of climate change, without doubt. As chair of the African Group of Negotiators on Climate Change, Mr. President, Zambia calls for enhanced global efforts in addressing climate change, which should include increased financial support for countries with limited resources to mitigate, indeed, to adapt to the effects of and negative climate change issues. Zambia has mainstreamed the green growth and climate change, proofing it in the current National Development Plan, which has articulated broad policy measures on transitioning Zambia into a climate resilient and inclusive green economy over time. 3, gender. Mr. President, Zambia has continued to build on the efforts of attaining gender equality and inclusivity in various sectors of our society. Based on empirical evidence, women empowerment and poverty alleviation are positively correlated, I must say. It is therefore imperative that we dedicate corresponding efforts to ensure that gender disparities are curtailed at all levels. Mr. President, Zambia, under our national gender policy, has been implementing affirmative action in favor of women and girls to ensure that their full potential is realized not once but all times. Ending child marriage. Mr. President, to complement these measures, Zambia is championing the campaign to end child marriage in Africa and, of course, in the world. In the same vein, we are proud to inform this Assembly that this morning, Zambia, Canada, and other cooperating partners held a side event to galvanize support and review commitment from the international community towards ending child early forced marriages. With the assurances made during this event, we are hopeful that we shall be able to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal of Gender Equality, Target 5.3 in our programming that aims at eliminating this harmful practice, without doubt. International peace, security, and stability. Mr. President, the world at large has grappled with growing instability and insecurity within the last year, and the effects have been felt by millions of people around the world as lives and indeed livelihoods have been lost across the world. Zambia believes that without peace and stability, our joint developmental efforts are in vain, totally in vain. As such, we are committed to remain strong advocates of peace and stability in Southern Africa and the entire African continent and the world over. Our guiding principle is that instability, Mr. President, anywhere is instability everywhere. This reminds us that ending war and conflict is not only the responsibility of those that are directly involved in the conflict, but it's a shared obligation of every global citizen and indeed every nation. I mean all of us without exception, Mr. President. We cannot afford to allow instability to derail our programs, noble programs to better the lives of our people. We therefore take this matter seriously and shall continue to actively participate in efforts to restore peace in all the troubled regions of our global village. As the incoming chair of the SADC organ on politics, defense, security cooperation, Zambia prioritized the restoration of peace and stability in our own country, to start with, and the region. As it is said, Mr. President, charity begins at home. At the continental level, Zambia remains engaged and committed to the efforts of the African Union, the United Nations in promoting peace in various conflict areas around our global world, our global community. Going forward, our UN system should, we argue, Mr. President, tilt more efforts towards prevention of conflicts, which is more cost-effective and palatable, I shall say. Zambia, as a signatory to various disarmament treaties and conventions, remains committed to promoting global peace and security. Mr. President, Zambia joins other governments in expressing particular concern about the ongoing war in Ukraine. As we stand with all those affected, both inside Ukraine and in the neighboring countries, we also take this opportunity to stress the far-reaching negative consequences of this war, particularly on the prices of food across the world, fuel, fertilizer, and other key commodities. War in any part of the world, Mr. President, has a damaging effect on economic activity, which derails our collective fight against poverty and hunger. Mr. President, a few months of war can erase decades of progress. I shall repeat this. A few months of war can erase decades of progress. I think we need to take note of this. We therefore categorically condemn war anyway, and we continue to urge all parties involved to pursue diplomatic solutions to conflict resolution. Let me repeat, our UN, and I want to emphasize this, our UN should continue with its peace efforts in this particular conflict, and your efforts, Mr. President, our collective efforts, are well recognized, and thank you for that. UN reforms. Mr. President, we wish to stress that global ambitions toward peace and security largely depend on the effectiveness of the United Nations Security Council. The inadequacies of the current structure of the Security Council, however, have become increasingly pronounced with ceding of decision-making on matters of global peace and security to the General Assembly that otherwise would have been its preserve. That's a preserve of the Security Council. But this burden is now pushed to the General Assembly. I think this is not correct. This brings to the fore the need for the long overdue reforms of the UN Security Council. We appreciate the call from President Biden for greater inclusivity in the Security Council. We therefore continue to advance the African Common Position as espoused in the Uzalendo Consensus and the CITES Declaration to ensure the effectiveness, credibility, and legitimacy of our UN Security Council. In conclusion, Mr. President, we wish to reaffirm Zambia's commitment to the fundamental principles which the United Nations was founded upon, which safeguard our shared future, indeed, of peace, prosperity for all nations, not for some nations, I shall emphasize, but peace and stability and prosperity for all nations. Mr. President, I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Zambia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Angie Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Angie Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, allow me at the outset to address Mr. Korosi, Director of Environmental Sustainability in the Office of the President of Hungary. Mr. President, your election to the presidency of the 77th General Assembly of the United Nations is a clear message about the roadmap established by this annual meeting of nations. Mr. President, please accept my warmest congratulations. Secretary General, I convey to you my deep gratitude for your continued commitment and your devotion in your leadership of the United Nations organization. On behalf of the Malagasy people, I also wish to take the opportunity offered to me by this illustrious rostrum to reiterate our deepest condolences to the British people. Queen Elizabeth II inspired many generations in her country and throughout the world. I also wish to convey my congratulations and our wish for a reign full of health and blessings to His Majesty King Charles III. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the annual meeting of the United Nations at the General Assembly is always an opportunity to raise the banner of our aspirations, namely the aspiration which brings us all together here, that is universal peace. Now that we've learned to live with COVID-19, that we have discussed at length over the last 2 years, we are, in spite of everything, facing the consequences of this crisis. This crisis has proven to us that it is in the most difficult times that we realize the importance of solidarity between nations. The theme of this session, Transformative Solutions to Interlocking Challenges, becomes entirely logical. In this context, it gives us new hope, reassures us, and gives us new prospects for advancing together along the path of development. When we were forced to face the health crisis, we chose to place our trust in our scientists and in the natural riches of our land. The creation of the pharmaceutical plant in Madagascar, Pharmalgacy, when the crisis was in full swing, demonstrated that we could turn difficulties into opportunities in order to exploit our biodiversity and in so doing protect our people. Despite the fact that we predicted the apocalypse in Africa, the infection rate and death rate in Madagascar is among the lowest in the world. We were classified as a green zone. In other words, we were among the countries with the lowest infection rate, and as such, entering Madagascar requires neither a PCR test or a health certificate. We have flown in the face of all statistics, and we have emerged from this crisis stronger than ever, and particularly more committed than ever to ensuring that our country emerges and flourishes. Ladies and gentlemen, the world was just getting back on its feet from the pandemic when new crises emerged. No country has been spared by the consequences of COVID-19, and the conflict in Ukraine has sowed further instability and heightened inequalities. This is yet another major obstacle to our efforts to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. Like all countries in the world, we are feeling the full force of the inflation caused by this crisis. We are convinced that all wars end around a table. Dialogue is the only way to bring about peace. As such, Madagascar reiterates its appeal for dialogue to resolve the conflict, because its consequences are global. They're growing more burdensome day by day, and developing nations such as our own are those that pay the highest consequences of this crisis. The crucial role of the United Nations must be to encourage multilateralism in order to find equitable solutions which take account of the strengths and weaknesses of each country and its people. How can we accept the fact that in this period of crisis, certain countries with more than $100,000 GDP per capita and others with less than $600 GDP per capita buy barrels of oil on the same market and at the same price? Our organization can take measures to support low-income countries so that they can benefit from and supply themselves with oil at equitable prices, because the current global situation is a source of major upheaval in many countries. Certain states have seen themselves affected by instability. Social fabrics are unraveling and economies are growing more fragile. Indeed, certain countries have been forced to increase fuel prices by 50%, and in some countries that has produced riots and socioeconomic turbulence. Recovery is a shared concern. Our solidarity is the only way that we will be able to heal our societies, ensure that our economies recover, support growth, and establish peace. Ladies and gentlemen, dear leaders, as things stand, all countries have been forced to review their development strategies, and in so doing, they've been convinced of the need to speed up the industrialization and the process of ensuring the self-sufficiency of all countries. We are convinced that we must produce and locally process everything our population needs. There are weapons more powerful than bombs, tanks, and missiles. These are our lands, our raw materials, our natural resources, and our people. Local industrialization, agricultural innovation, and the leadership of leaders are our ammunition to build our strength and to strengthen our shield so that we can protect our people. In Madagascar, our strategy has involved developing a plan to make up our development delays. We have established the plan Emergence Madagascar, and I began implementing that plan when I entered into office in 2019. Our vision is clear and has gone hand in hand with political will that we demonstrate through everything that we do. A sector-by-sector and project-based approach has been prioritized in order to raise Madagascar to the rank of newly emerging country. We've launched an ambitious program of reforms to modernize our administration, strengthen human capital, and foster strong, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth whose driving force is development. Madagascar is a blessed country, because we have water resources for hydroelectric dams, we have a number of sunshine hours per year that means that we can open solar power stations, and we have wind power for wind farms. As things stand, many countries are facing energy problems. Consequently, we need to step up the pace of renewable energy production to achieve energy self-sufficiency in the next 5 years. We intend to double, even triple, our energy production capacity. Counterparts, brothers. Now is 2022, and it's unfortunate to note that Africa remains the continent in which the majority of families live in darkness and obscurity. More than 600 million African people, 85% of which are Madagascan households, continue to use candles and oil lamps to light their homes. Consequently, we are launching one of the largest operations ever seen to equip Madagascan homes with solar kits by the end of next year. A number of these, of course, will be subsidized by the state. Once this goal has been achieved, Madagascar intends to become perhaps the first, or at least among the first, countries in the African continent to have brought light to all of its people. Climate change is one of the major challenges of our age. We all need to tackle this challenge. It is important and indeed urgent to work together and rally to protect our planet. From this high rostrum, I wish to sound the alarm. Commitments were made during COP21 and were reaffirmed during COP26. These commitments related to the creation of the Green Climate Fund. It was decided that this fund would be funded to the tune of $100 billion a year. Madagascar was the 5th African country to complete its national adaptation plan. As such, my country should have been among the beneficiaries of this Green Fund. However, access to this financing is painfully slow, and as things stand, no commitment made has been upheld. It is unfair that the least polluting nations pay the highest price for the impact of climate change. Madagascar is an island nation, and as such, vulnerable to the whims of the climate. In 2022 alone, this year alone, that is, 5 cyclones struck Grande Île in only 2 months. 178,000 hectares of arable land were flooded and destroyed. Our island is the first country to have endured a climate-induced famine. Water resources are drying up in the south of the country, and the people of this region are increasingly vulnerable. The consequences of climate change are worsening, and the global situation calls us to action. How many high-level meetings, summits, and international conferences have we already had? How many statements have we made? How many commitments have we made? Let us now turn these words into actions. Today, I bring to you the cries and the voices of the African continent in general and of Madagascar in particular. Africa's young people, the entire continent, is waiting for polluting countries to comply with agreements made. Keeping these promises is protecting our planet. Our populations demand that this be done, and future generations will hold us accountable. Further down the line, environmental protection issues are particularly dear to my heart. We're all aware that forests are the lungs of the earth, and however, the use of charcoal and firewood remains standard practice across the African continent. And indeed, 92% of my country's population uses these types of fuel. A family using charcoal or firewood for cooking destroys around 1 hectare of forest a year. That's a devastating figure. We must change the practice and the mindset. Consequently, my country will equip 250,000 families with bioethanol stoves in order to preserve 250,000 hectares of our forest every year. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we've embarked upon major public works projects to transform the country because everything needs to be built and rebuilt. Everything is urgent. Everything is a matter of priority. For the last 4 years almost, we have tirelessly built and rebuilt roads, built schools, health centres, hospitals, dams, courts. We've built prisons in line with international standards. We've built sporting facilities, cultural facilities, and more besides. Madagascar is continually evolving in spite of the crisis which lashes in quick succession globally. My country is so huge that a lot of work has been done to ensure that it can all be connected by transport. However, the road remains long and thorny. We have faith, however, and we continue to move forward with determination. Incidentally, the plan Emergence Madagascar paves the way for the future. From north to south, from east to west, all of Madagascar is being built and rebuilt. Only last week, we opened the National Road 5A in the north of the country. Up till that point, and indeed for decades, had been a dirt road that took a week to travel in the rainy season. As things stand, 2 hours suffice for that journey, and that has meant that immediately the costs and prices of transport and the movement of people and goods have reduced, and that has meant that we've quantitatively improved the lives of local people and encouraged the socio-economic development of many regions of the country. In the south, we're beginning work on National Road 13, and soon work on National Road 10 will begin, as well as National Road 44 in the east. That work on Road 44 is continuing, and that has connected the nation's main granary to transport links. In the northwest, National Road 31 will be entirely restored, and that will mean that we can properly access our second largest granary. The first major motorway in the country will link the capital to our major port, and the work on that will begin in a few weeks. Currently, that journey requires 10 hours, but once the work has finished, that journey will only take 2 hours. The demographic dividend is today a variable which must be factored into our equations. We need to change the structure of our population. Current demographic growth is not proportionate to economic growth. In a number of regions, young girls of under 18 years old are already mothers of entire families and find themselves with, on average, 5 to 8 children for which they are responsible. Consequently, they find it more difficult to feed these children, raise these children, care for them, and educate them properly. The family planning program, which has already been launched, is consequently a crucial part of our strategy to control our birth rate and transform the current population from a dependent one into an active and economically productive one. Demography will become an asset for Madagascar and no longer a hindrance to development. In terms of education, we've taken huge strides forward. My government has built more than 1,000 classrooms and has invested a great deal in teaching tools and material. We've established school canteens, we've published books and textbooks, distributed digital tablets in order to considerably improve the quality of education our children and young people receive. The access rate to basic education has increased by 146%, and the school dropout rate has significantly decreased. We have made education a national priority. And here we renew our commitment to transform school and university life and lend new momentum to both. Last year, I had the opportunity to speak of my country's wish to finally see the implementation of resolutions made by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 1979 and 1980. These pertain to the return of the scattered islands and Nosy Islands in the Indian Ocean to Madagascar. We are delighted that very soon we'll have the second meeting of the Joint French-Malagasy Commission on the subject. And based on these resolutions, we hope that we'll have the support of the United Nations to finally have a fair, peaceful solutions. These resolutions indeed confirm the legitimacy of our claims. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during the pandemic, sick people needed oxygen to survive. Currently, many countries are suffocated by the consequences of successive crises. These countries need support, help, and assistance, which will act as oxygen so that they can breathe and face the challenges of socioeconomic recovery, as well as achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We need to step up the pace of the implementation of new financing mechanisms, such as the Trust Fund for Resilience and Sustainability, and we need to ensure that funds can be disbursed from it. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and other friendly countries of Madagascar that have always stood shoulder to shoulder with us in the most difficult times. Counterparts, my brotherly African leaders, the Africa of tomorrow must be autonomous, independent, and prosperous. We have a duty to change the history of the continent and to write a new chapter so that each of us and each of our countries can change and transform. Our organization needs to strengthen its solidarity to provide common solutions to our common problems. May God bless each of our nations. The homeland is sacred. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Madagascar for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Yunus Menfi, President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mohammed Yunus Menfi, President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
On behalf of God, the merciful Mr. President of the General Assembly. At the outset of my intervention, I would like to address on my behalf, on behalf of my delegation, my congratulations to Mr. Korosi for his election to the 77th session of the General Assembly. I wish him every success in his term. I also thank Mr. Abdullah Shahid for his tireless work and the invaluable contribution he made during his presidency of the previous session of the General Assembly. I also would like to applaud the continuing efforts of Mr. Antonio Guterres, who leads our organization with wisdom and balance in these difficult circumstances around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, my country, Libya, which I have the honor of serving and representing, is going through a decade of both suffering and hope. Libya is still trying to build its state institutions and consolidate the principles of democracy. The Libyan people have demonstrated to the entire world that they represent a unified a unified nation. In spite of the challenges, the Libyan people, thanks to its clairvoyance, tolerance, and patriotism, continue to work for a united country. They give us the determination and hope to keep moving forward to realize their aspirations to build our state and pave the way for stability and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, the events of today certainly recall the past. The Army of Libyan Liberation, which was created before the creation of the Libyan state, fought alongside the armies of the world, of the free world. After the defeat of fascism, Libya earned its independence. Our independence was born as a result of our national combat, and this made it possible for our founding fathers to build our country and to launch our trajectory of prosperity and development, which in a record time made Libya a model of development. Ladies and gentlemen, today, of course, the situation is very different. Individual interests of different countries involved in the Libyan situation, as well as proxy wars and diverging views on how to solve the situation in Libya, have not given us an opportunity to develop our own national path. The very negative international interventions offer contradictory solutions which push our country towards armed confrontation, which do not spare innocent people and which lead to intransigent political positions, which do not accept any concessions and any middle ground. Ladies and gentlemen, the Libyan Presidential Council is attached to its role, as indicated in the Libyan political agreement. As the supreme political authority, this council represents national and international unity of the country and fulfills the function of the commander-in-chief of the army. It is also responsible for leading the efforts of national reconciliation that is inclusive, to pave the way towards democratic and peaceful transition through parliamentary and presidential elections. At the same time, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the African Union for having cooperated with us in order to launch the project of national reconciliation. This project represents the most important pillar to support our trajectory that would lead to peace and stability they were hoping for. These responsibilities force us to work in the framework of an impartial and balanced national efforts. In spite of the attempts by certain political parties to push us towards political confrontation that we are trying to avoid by every possible means, we are trying to resolve these political disputes. The Presidential Council has closely followed the series of dialogues between the Parliament and the Council of State. These rounds of dialogue have still not led to an agreement on the constitutional rules to be followed for the parliamentary and presidential elections. The Presidential Council continues to stress that these rounds of dialogue should not continue indefinitely. The Presidential Council is ready to intervene, to have the political process, if necessary, to overcome the impasse in the political process, if necessary. At the economic level, the Presidential Council has supported all efforts that have made it possible to restore the production of gas and oil in all Libyan regions. This certainly is in line with the national interests and supports stability on international markets that have been under severe pressure, especially in countries that are major consumers of energy. Furthermore, based on our balanced position, the Libyan Presidential Council is attached to a transparent and fair management of our oil revenue, which belongs to all Libyans. The goal is to have public funds not be a source of conflict, and for them to benefit all Libyans in every corner of the country without geographical, political, or other distinctions. If we manage to achieve this goal, it will reduce the current conflict for power and create a climate that is favorable for our democratic transition. Mr. President, my country considers the role of the United Nations in a positive light, in spite of the slower rate of that intervention recently. We still expect an active role of the United Nations through the new leadership of our UN mission in our country. We call on the continuation of the mission in favor of national inclusive reconciliation that will allow us to overcome the current impasse. This impasse has opened the way for individual initiatives that risk undermining all the political progress achieved thanks to the political dialogue under the auspices of the United Nations. I also call for a new momentum in our economic development. One of the three trajectories of the Berlin Conference, which was neglected as far as we're concerned, that is transparency and justice in management of oil resources, financial control and public expenditure, and combating against corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, the world today is on the threshold of a new international order, an order which reminds us of the suffering of humankind at the beginning of the 20th century. And while we thought that the errors of the past would never be repeated again, today, now, it's time for human conscience to speak out in favor of peace, and that the entire world supports the international principles enshrined in the United Nations to uphold the principle of sovereignty of states and to resolve conflicts by peaceful means and to respect good neighborly relations and not destabilize security of nations. I also call on the respect for the right of people to use nuclear energy for peaceful purposes in conformity with the criteria defined by the IAEA. Furthermore, my country is on the front lines of the combat against terrorism, and I call on renewed unity in fighting terrorism. Terrorism still represents a threat to all countries of the world. This threat does not spare any race, any religion, any civilization. My country has fulfilled all its responsibilities at the international level to strike at the sources of financing of terrorism. And from this tribune, I would like to reiterate the commitment of my country to support the right of the Palestinian people to create their own state and to stop the settlements and attacks against it. And we call on the upholding international resolutions on this point. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, this month, the Libyan people are observing a minute of silence during the Day of the Martyr, a day that coincides with the assassination of our national hero in the anti-colonial fight, Omar al-Mukhtar. The Libyan people are inspired by the combat of its ancestors to learn patience and to be more determined in defending its rights. The Libyan people draw inspiration from its founding fathers to become more tolerant. The current period will be enshrined in the national memory. Future generations will recognize the positions of those who supported us and those who undermined our security, who pillaged our richness, our wealth. Libya, due to its Arab neighborhood, due to its position in Africa, is a link between civilizations and as an economic hub where the interests of the world are concentrated. And the damage that we've experienced have not only affected the Libyan people, but have also affected the region and our international relations. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le...
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya for his address, and I ask protocol to accompany him. Thank you.
L'Assemblée va maintenant...
The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Maya Sandu, President of the Republic of Moldova. I request that protocol accompany Her Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor of welcoming Her Excellency Madame Maya Sandu, President of the Republic of Moldova, and I invite her to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, I'm standing before you today proudly representing the Republic of Moldova, a future member of the European Union. I'm grateful for the unanimous support that we received from the 27 EU member states. Thank you for your recognition and vote of trust in our love for freedom, dynamic democracy, and commitment to the rule of law. A successful peace project, the European Union, through cooperation and integration, was forged to stop the cycle of wars that tormented our continent for centuries. This is another watershed moment in our history, and the EU has to do it again. By applying to join the European Union, we want the world to know we choose democracy over autocracy, liberty over oppression, peace over war, and prosperity over poverty. The EU candidate status gives us hope, a clear sense of direction, a unifying goal, an anchor, and a strong sense of belonging to the free world. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 year ago, no one of us here would have imagined a major war in Europe. Russia's unprovoked war against another sovereign state, Ukraine, has shaken the world to the core, has put to test the fundamental principles of the UN, has shattered global security, triggered a European energy crisis, global food shortages, and an economic downturn. 7 months of bombings have killed thousands of innocent people and pushed millions of Ukrainians to flee their homes. This war is not just an attack on our neighbor and friend, Ukraine. It is an attack on the rules-based international order. It is an attack on nuclear safety. It is an attack on food supplies to countries in the Middle East and Africa. It is an attack on this very institution where we find ourselves today. We firmly condemn the war against Ukraine, as well as the recently announced additional mobilization of troops by Russia. We firmly stand with Ukraine and support its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. I would like to express my utmost admiration to all Ukrainians for their courage, their resilience, and their inner power to continue to do this fight for survival, justice, and freedom. It is our moral duty as an international community to continue supporting Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting today to keep all of us safe, to keep Europe safe. It needs our support. Europe, all of us, we must help Ukraine. As I stand at this tribune, I represent a country that wants peace. I represent the citizens of Moldova who, irrespective of the language that we speak, Romanian, Ukrainian, Russian, Gagauz, or Bulgarian, regardless of our ethnicity or political preferences, whether we live on the right bank of River Nistru or in the breakaway region of Transnistria, we all want peace. A country of less than 3 million people, we have sheltered more than 500,000 refugees fleeing the war. At the peak of the inflow, our population grew by 4%. Some 80,000 refugees chose to stay among us. I use this opportunity to pay tribute from this high rostrum to all Moldovan families who showed unprecedented solidarity with refugees by opening their homes and hearts to those in need. I'm proud of my people. I'm also grateful to the international partners, including the United Nations, who have provided assistance in managing the humanitarian crisis. I also thank the UN Secretary General and other high-level officials who visited our country in our hour of need to show support and solidarity. My deep gratitude goes to France, Germany, Romania, and other partners for setting up the Moldovan support platform that stands by our country in these difficult times. Ladies and gentlemen, Moldova knows what it is to be a country divided by conflict. In 1992, we faced a brief but tragic war in the Transnistrian region of our country. 3 decades later, we are still trying to overcome the consequences of that conflict and reintegrate our country. The only way to achieve this is through peaceful dialogue and respect for our sovereignty and territorial integrity. As Russia has launched its war against Ukraine, we have worked harder than ever to maintain peace on both banks of Nistru River. We have done our best to ensure that all citizens of Moldova, including those residing in the breakaway region, continue to enjoy peace. The illegal presence of the Russian military troops in the Transnistrian region infringes our neutrality and increases the security risk of our country. We call on the complete and unconditional withdrawal of Russian troops. We call on the destruction of ammunition from Kobasna stockpiles, which pose a security and environmental threat to the region as a whole. As we strive to maintain peace, our economy and society are bearing the brunt of Russia's war against Ukraine. Our resources are strained, investments have slowed down, trade and transport routes are disrupted, inflation is nearing 35%. In addition, we're facing a wide spectrum of hybrid threats, from disinformation and propaganda to cyber attacks and energy pressures. The abnormally high prices for natural gas and Russia's attempts to weaponize gas and oil supplies to Europe have triggered an unprecedented energy crisis. We are one of the most vulnerable countries in the face of this crisis. But this only makes us more determined to diversify our energy resources and decrease dependence on fossil fuels. We plan to increase the share of renewable electricity supplies from 3 to 30% in the next 3 years. This will make our country stronger and our environment healthier and safer. Distinguished audience, we all know that the only way to save the planet is joint global action against climate change. The same goes for the fight against corruption. Corruption weakens states and erodes democracies. We should take it more seriously than ever before. We need clear international mechanisms to stop the flow of dirty money. We need better instruments for asset recovery and restitution. We need better information exchanges between law enforcement and anti-fraud authorities in different countries. And we need to set up international sanction regimes against corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, despite all challenges, Moldova is pressing ahead with our reform agenda. We are building a stronger and more democratic state. Last year, Moldova improved 49 positions in the Press Freedom Index, ranking 40th in the world. Justice reform and the fight against corruption is at the core of our transformation. We are working hard to become a better place for investors, to create jobs, boost the economy, and bring greater prosperity to our people. We are investing in connectivity with Europe, and we are trying to bring our country closer to European standards. We're building roads and bridges, hospitals, and a more modern education system. We are building stronger institutions that will benefit the citizens of Moldova. We are focused, persistent, and relentless. We are determined to bring Moldova into the EU so that every Moldovan can have better living standards and more economic opportunities at home. This is the only way for Moldova to grow as a consolidated democracy in our part of the world during these difficult times. Ladies and gentlemen, as I come before you from a region weakened by war and energy crisis, drought, and rampant inflation, my message is this. In the face of man-made human suffering and economic adversity, the countries of the world must stand together once again. We must do so to reaffirm the value of peace and the inviolability of human life, to defend democracy and freedom, and to uphold the right of every country to decide their own fate. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Moldova for her statement, and I ask protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honour to welcome His Excellency Mr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Namibia congratulates His Excellency Shapa Korosi on your election as President of the 77th session of this August Assembly. Please be assured of Namibia's full support as you provide leadership during your tenure. Allow me to also extend appreciation to your predecessor, His Excellency Abdallah Shahid, for his sterling stewardship as President of the 76th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, since attaining our political independence 32 years ago, we are proud of the work we have undertaken towards the second phase of our struggle for economic independence. During this period, we have built a strong foundation for our governance architecture, with emphasis on strengthening processes, systems, and institutions. Given these advances in effective governance, we are optimistic in our quest to deal with the triple challenges of inequality, unemployment, and poverty. Our impact plan, the Harambee Prosperity Plan 2, which is accelerating the implementation of the national development plans, is fast-tracking our efforts towards Vision 2030. Since my term of office is coming to an end on 20th March 2025, as a nation with a constitution that binds the head of state to 2-term limits, we have set in motion a process for an orderly succession to continue with our peaceful development. The ruling party, SWAPO, of which I am the head, is currently conducting primaries. There is a real possibility that the next candidate of the SWAPO party for the national presidential elections will be a woman or a young male, of whom the male is from the generation that was never in exile. The presence of women in the line of succession is a demonstration of the strides we have made in gender equality, with women representation at 40% in the National Assembly. Moreover, 90% of our banks are helmed by women. Namibia is a child of international solidarity, midwifed by the United Nations. Therefore, we are convinced about solidarity and partnership as critical enablers of our developmental aspirations. Allow me at this juncture to thank the Secretary General for his comprehensive report on our common agenda, which carries clear recommendations on how to advance the SDGs and all existing global agreements through multilateralism, with the UN at the center of our efforts. I commend the Secretary General for his visionary leadership in proposing that we should meet in a summit of the future to reflect on challenges and opportunities that await current and future generations. Namibia supports the convening of this important summit at the earliest opportune time. Over the past few months, it has been encouraging to note the concerted efforts to shed a spotlight on transforming education and advancing SDG 4. Education is a sector that Namibia has consistently been prioritizing through the allocation of the resources, both human and financial, and the consistent prioritization of policy development. In the context of the recently concluded Transformation of Education Summit, Namibia commits to transformative leadership, ensuring access to inclusive digital technologies, and developing a strategy for innovative financing and resource mobilization. In Namibia, the education sector receives the largest share of budgetary support,
equivalent to 8% of GDP and almost a quarter of the total national budget. The Namibian government offers free primary and secondary education, which demonstrates our commitment to prioritizing and expanding access to education for all. Furthermore, we are proud of the recent landing of the Google Equinor subsea cable, which lends itself greatly to changing Namibia's digital transformation landscape and narrowing our digital divide, in line with our commitment to leveraging the fourth industrial revolution. In Namibia, we have set up the fourth industrial revolution task force, which recently made recommendations as to how Namibia can strengthen domestic capabilities to derive optimal gains from fourth industrial revolution. In line with the recommendations of the task force, the government is currently developing a consolidated national fourth industrial strategy to provide overarching direction and multi-sectoral planning. The strategy will prioritize education reform to close the fourth industrial revolution skills gap, cyber security, and expansion of ICT infrastructure and services. Mr. President, global debt is at an unprecedented level and interest rates are rising. This reality limits our fiscal space. As we talk about our collective aspirations, we should remain acutely aware of the vulnerabilities facing developing countries. Namibia's classification as an upper middle income country presents challenges with regard to mobilizing resources to finance our development goals. As I have been saying, taking our GDP and dividing it by a small population, thus deriving a high per capita income, without doubt is a flawed formula that requires urgent consideration. The formula does not take into account the vast income disparities between the wealthy white and the poor blacks, which is a consequence of 100 years of colonialism and apartheid occupation. However, I am pleased to hear that a number of developing and developed countries are in agreement with this unfair classification, which denies countries like Namibia access to soft loans and grants, which are necessary to fight inequality and to lift many out of poverty. The choice of the theme of this session, quote, solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and science, unquote, calls on us to deal with the issues that affect us all. Therefore, I'm confident that the unfair classification of countries like Namibia as upper middle income countries will enjoy priority. Over the past few months, we have witnessed stark geopolitical tensions, a reminder of the fragility of our world order. Threats to peace and security come at a great cost to the men, women, and children trapped in such situations. The Russia-Ukraine conflict is now in its 7th month, with serious consequences for food and energy supply chains. Namibia believes that dialogue is the condition sine qua non for the peaceful resolution of any conflict. Our United Nations was created for the maintenance of peace and security and should lead a peaceful resolution in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Namibia is a member of the AU Peace and Security Council and chair of the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation, continues to demonstrate its commitment to regional and continental stability by advocating for the advancement of infrastructure for peace, democracy, and protection of human rights. In this regard, as a new chairman of the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation, I'm calling for peaceful general elections in the Kingdom of Lesotho on the 7th of October 2022. SADC is also seized with the developments in the Kingdom of Eswatini and the Republic of Mozambique. In that vein, I have commenced a process of dialogue with the leaders of Eswatini, Lesotho, and Mozambique in order to ensure the successful implementation of SADC decisions for peace and stability to prevail in our region. I always say inclusivity spells harmony and exclusivity spells conflict. Africa is a continent of 1.2 billion citizens, and the exclusion of Africa from the Security Council is an injustice. For as long as the Council fails to reflect in stature and composition current global realities, it will not be able to adequately address global concerns. We therefore reiterate our call for the reform of the Security Council in line with the common African position. Mr. President, self-determination is a human right. The continued injustice meted out against the people of Palestine are a reminder of the urgent need to start implementing the two-state solution as the only viable alternative that can end inequality and bring peace to both the people of Palestine and Israel, and indeed the region as a whole. In the same vein, the lack of progress in implementing UN resolutions to resolve the question of Western Sahara should be something that we must all have a collective shame for. Namibia pledges unwavering solidarity for nations that continue to bear the heavy burden of sanctions. Namibia reiterates its long-standing call for the lifting of the unjust embargo against Cuba. I met a 50-year-old young Cuban man who has not known anything but the sanctions. Since he was born, it's the sanctions. How long are we going to continue with that? We are talking about building the peace in the world. But how can a country be sanctioned for such a long time? And children born don't know anything but sanctions. Please, it is time that sons and daughters of Cuba are given their right to a decent life, freedom, and embargo that denies them their right to develop their own country should be stopped now. Equally, we call on the lifting of sanctions against the Republic of Zimbabwe. Why are the sanctions in place for a country which is making progress at all levels? President Emerson Mnangagwa and the people of Zimbabwe have made laudable progress and reforms. We should be given a chance to succeed without the weight of sanctions. Mr. President, the health of our planet is in serious jeopardy. Our home is on fire. We are experiencing unprecedented impacts of climate change, including severe droughts and ravaging field fires. Time is a luxury we do not have. We have to act decisively to reduce carbon emissions as our contribution to the preservation of our planet and the people. Namibia, like many developing countries, remains vulnerable to the asymmetrical impacts of climate change. Therefore, at COP27, Namibia plans to announce major developments in its ambitions to decarbonize global hard-to-abate sectors through the production of green hydrogen. Furthermore, the first hydrogen-to-power project in Africa is expected to be operational by 2024 in the town of Swakopmund in Namibia. This is an example of what is possible when we pull together in the same direction. Our ambitions are not only necessary to mitigate the ravaging impacts of climate change, but are also a critical component of our post-COVID-19 economic recovery. Therefore, Namibia remains ready to work with the international community to ensure the most optimal utilization of its natural resources to combat climate change. A just energy transition is about fair opportunities for developing nations to sustainably access natural endowments at their disposal. Namibia has recently discovered promising deposits of hydrocarbons and is exploring significant deposits of rare earth metals. As part of our goal to ensure sustainable utilization of our natural resources, I recently launched the Welwitschia Fund, our nation's sovereign wealth fund. The fund is a demonstration of our commitment to fiscal prudence and sustainable resource management for current and future generations. Mr. President, in conclusion, today on the 21st of September 2022, we are convening in this chamber on the United Nations International Day of Peace under the theme, quote unquote, "End Racism, Build Peace." Peace is a wonderful gift, but a fragile one if it is not handled properly. Peace is more than the absence of war. Peace is about inclusivity and development of all nations. Our United Nations, as the premier guarantor of multilateralism, is our best bet to ensure a peaceful and prosperous humanity. Namibia will continue to place a high premium on the noble aspirations of the United Nations as a beacon of hope and equality of all nations. As a beneficiary of successful multilateral efforts, we hold in high regard the convening power of this august assembly and recommit to working with fellow member states to change the world for the better. I thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Namibia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Borut Pahor, President of the Republic of Slovenia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Borut Pahor, President of the Republic of Slovenia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. I was born after the Second World War. So, all my life, the cry of never again has echoed around the world and especially in Europe. With the exception of the war in Balkans, even the major geopolitical changes in Europe since the fall of Berlin Wall have been peaceful. This has made an important contribution to building hope for a lasting peace. This hope has been thoroughly shaken by the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Will this make us stop believing in the possibility of lasting peace? I think no. We must not leave our children a world in a fear of war. For the sake of their secure future, we have a duty to do whatever it takes we can to ensure that the precious hope for a lasting peace returns to our hearts. After all, it was with this hope and our shared responsibility that the United Nations was founded.
The United Nations has set very clear rules of engagement to which all members have committed ourselves. These include a commitment to peaceful settlement of disputes, cooperation, and respect for fundamental human dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to speak about peace, climate change, and multilateralism today. First of all, number one, peace and security. The Russian Federation's decision for a military attack on Ukraine has shaken these rules. So have many other armed conflicts in different parts of the world. The Russian aggression has put international security at risk. Yesterday's announcement of President Putin that there will be a referendum in parts of Ukraine is a continuation of aggression and is in breach of international law. I especially condemn his word about possible use of nuclear weapon. This war is threatening the already fragile stability of the Western Balkans. It has also threatened international food and energy security. I commend the UN Secretary-General for his engagement and Turkey for its support to reach the agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, peace is, as it has been just said, not just an absence of war. In peace, leaders should strengthen and nurture good relations with other countries. It is our obligation to resolve outstanding issues in a spirit of compromise and mutual understanding. Only in this way we will reduce the chances of old grievances and historical traumas to come to life once again. I'm grateful to many of you for the opportunity to do this together for the benefit of well-being of our countries and the wider international community. Fostering good relations and building trust within societies and between them is the most effective means of preventing armed conflicts. Number two, more cooperation for a better future. Nurturing and strengthening good relations between countries is also necessary to address more efficiently the challenges of our times. Among these, climate change is one of the most pressing. Our common task is to preserve the planet for future generations. What we need is more efficient measures and more solidarity. Slovenia pledges special support to Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific to assist them in their efforts against biodiversity loss, water stress, and climate damage. We are contributing to the Least Developed Countries Fund of the Global Environment Facility. Initiating the Green Group, Slovenia is working together with like-minded countries in the promotion of green policies. We are deeply grateful to the General Assembly for the historic universal recognition of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Slovenia was one of the original proponents, along with Costa Rica, Maldives, Morocco, and Switzerland. That was a much-needed boost for multilateralism, but we can and we should do more. The upcoming UN Climate Change, Biodiversity, and Water Conference are an excellent opportunity to commit ourselves to do more and better. I wish to thank the Secretary-General for putting forward our Common Agenda report. We support the proposed Second World Social Summit in 2025 and expect it to address the challenges of structural inequalities. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no security and development without respect of human dignity. In all our efforts, we should be led by a right-based approach. We should be attentive to all signs of human rights regression and should act accordingly. And finally, number three, strengthening multilateralism and candidature
for the United Nations Security Council. Excellencies, colleagues and friends, the UN Charter is a fundament of our international system. Rule-based order is a sine qua non for maintaining peace and security, a just and balanced international system. Slovenia has proved itself a reliable and trustworthy member of the UN family and an honest broker. We are engaged in a genuine dialogue and constant search for creative and good solutions to our common challenges. We are part of peacemaking and stabilization efforts that includes humanitarian demining, rehabilitation, and saving the lives of civilians all around the globe. We are actively participating in efforts to strengthen the legal framework and respect for international law, including ending impunity. We build trust to secure a better future. Let me say that my country, Slovenia, has no enemies, but only friends all around the globe. Slovenia is well placed to be a non-permanent member of the Security Council 2024 to 2025. Endless striving for peace, justice, mutual understanding, reconciliation, both within and between societies. Respect for ethnic, national, religious diversities, promotion of sustainable development and solidarity. This is the task of Slovenia, and this is our common task. I would like to thank you for your attention. I wish you all the best.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia for the statement and a request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency, Mr. William Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency William Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of this 77th session of the UN General Assembly, Your Excellency Saba Korosi, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am grateful for the immense privilege to join Your Excellencies in this distinguished assembly, a privilege made possible by peaceful, democratic transition following free and fair elections in Kenya on the 9th of August, 2022. Elections that not only stand as testimony of the universal power of democracy, but also of the manifest ability of African peoples to invest in stronger nations and a secure future, robust institutions, effective constitutions, and the impartial administration of the rule of law guarantees the achievement of shared aspirations. This 77th session of the UN General Assembly comes at a unique moment when the entire world is struggling with multiple grave challenges that include regional conflicts, the COVID-19 pandemic, the triple planetary crisis, food insecurity, and the rising cost of living. I take this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election to preside over this session and to express my confidence that your wealth of experience offers us significant assurance of your good leadership. Your motto, solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and science, succinctly captures with particular resonance the urgent imperatives of our time. I assure you of Kenya's firm support and cooperation during your tenure. I further take this opportunity to commend your predecessor, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, for his bold steps in steering the United Nations community and for ensuring its business continuity under the unprecedented circumstances occasioned by multiple global threats, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. Excellencies, human well-being is under grave threat. The health of the planet requires urgent attention. The immense pressure exerted by conventional threats such as climate change, the global food crisis, terrorism, cybercrime, and armed conflict has been compounded by unprecedented, devastating disruptions due to COVID-19. I express my approval of the theme for this session, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Because it boldly signals the window of opportunity we now have to escalate our engagement from firm consensus to decisive action. In many respects, the COVID-19 pandemic stripped us of many illusions and exposed stark justice and solidarity deficits in the face of existential crisis. It brought into sharp focus the global economy's two-lane highway, repressively patrolled by a rising tide of exclusionist nationalism, a specter that undermines prospects of collective action and significantly impairs the resolve of the international community to guarantee fundamental rights, including safety and dignity of the world's vulnerable majority. It is also for this reason that many nations, especially from the global south, now advocate for the democratization of the global governance and a reimagined multilateralism that is inclusive and works for the good of all. Kenya stands ready to work with other nations to achieve the Pan-Africanization of multilateralism and a more just and inclusive system of global governance. It is important to reflect on these matters as we do our best to get our people, enterprises, and industries back on their feet so that the engine of development can power our societies towards prosperity that actually leaves no one behind. Building back better is the universal rallying call to incorporate lessons learned into doing more in a better way to recover from the shock. I suggest that we have a golden opportunity to faithfully adhere to this motto by augmenting it inward and indeed with an additional B, building back better from the bottom. Building back better from the bottom upwards is essentially about including the marginalized to working majority in the economic mainstream. The bottom millions relentlessly wage their daily battle for survival in a crowded arena characterized by scarcity of opportunity and generally precarious existence. The ingenuity, optimism, resilience, and energy in this ever-bustling bottom is sometimes called hustling. Invisibly to policymakers and beyond the reach of many public services, these hustlers take nothing for granted, surviving overwhelming odds and frequently succeeding greatly. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, things may come to those who wait, but only things left behind by those who hustle. It is time to bolster the resilience of our nations, to mainstream these millions through deliberate strategies and efforts for economic inclusion by building back better from the bottom up. The interlocking challenges of conflicts, triple planetary crisis, and the global food crisis have impeded our momentum and obstructed our focus on achieving fundamental transformations towards sustainable development. In the Horn of Africa region, severe drought and disruption of supply chains due to the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the Russia-Ukraine conflict, have left us food insecure, and consequently, we have been constrained to repurpose our strategies to prioritize drought and famine relief, insulating education and from disruption, and improving social protection and healthcare systems to secure the well-being of our people. Many countries now bear witness to the unsettling phenomena of rivers, canals, and water reservoirs that are drying up on account of drought and heat waves occasioned by climate change. Kenya is no exception. The northern arid and semi-arid rangelands of our country have been gravely impacted by drought, whose severity has not been seen or experienced in 40 years. 3.1 million residents of these atolls are now severely food insecure on account of scarce rainfall over 3 consecutive seasons, leading to poor crop and pasture. This unprecedented confluence of intensely adverse events has exacerbated water scarcity and starvation, worsened by rising food prices, thus complicating Kenya's roadmap towards delivering good quality of life to our citizens and hindering the progress to achieving SDG number 6 and SDG number 2. Severe drought has affected not only the Horn of Africa and the Sahel regions, but continues to devastate many others, including Asia, Europe, and the Americas. If for no other reason, the fact that we all are in this together must strengthen the case for concerted efforts across continents. With this in mind, I call on member states and all relevant stakeholders to demonstrate strong political will and showcase effective cooperation by supporting the most affected countries financially, as well as through sharing land restoration and climate change adaptation technologies. It is through collaboration to expand inclusion that we can attain a new paradigm in multilateralism. The latest report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reminds us that we cannot afford to waste another moment debating the merits of doing something vis-à-vis doing nothing. It will soon be too late to reverse the course of events, and then even the best possible interventions will not suffice. As leaders, every day is an opportunity to expedite our efforts to confront the triple planetary crisis. It will be recalled that during the Stockholm Plus 50 meeting, which Kenya had the honor of co-hosting with Sweden, there was consensus from states on the need to act urgently in addressing environmental impacts. Given this agreement, it is deeply concerning that little progress has been made in respect of the needful actions. It is time to collectively contemplate urgent measures needed to implement high-priority actions required to contain ongoing disruptions as we deliberate on long-term implementation approaches to be undertaken. I fully agree with the Secretary General's memorable statement that, and I quote, "We have a rendezvous with a climate disaster," end of quote. I add that we must not be taken by surprise. If indeed forewarned is forearmed, this is our opportunity to mobilize with tremendous urgency and take action at once. Excellencies, the agricultural sector has an important part to play in reducing the severity of climate change. A number of practices have a bearing, positive or negative, on various dimensions of the environment. Investing in modern agricultural technology is therefore one important avenue towards tackling prevailing environmental changes. Kenya is responding through substantial investment in climate-resilient agriculture. At the core of our 10-year strategy for agricultural sector growth and transformation are 9 flagships. They include the registration of farmers to direct incentives, improving farmer practice through customized extension services, monitoring of emergency food reserve stocks using digital food balance sheet, and the use of early warning systems to monitor food supplies and market prices. Agriculture remains the bedrock of the development of many nations and will thus continue to hold the key to the creation of equitable and sustainable growth for our people. No country, large or small, has ever attained significant growth without modernizing its agricultural sector. And as we rededicate ourselves to these targets, we must, in the immediate term, find answers to the severe deficit in the availability, flow, and accessibility of fertilizer to our farmers worldwide. I couldn't agree more with Secretary General Guterres on his warning right here yesterday that, and I quote, "Without action now, the global fertilizer shortage will quickly move into a global food shortage," end of quote. We are encouraged to note that education, health, agriculture, and numerous other public services have become increasingly reliant on digital access. The world needs greater investment in the development of ICT infrastructure, accompanied with policies that support innovation and increased acquisition and deployment of technology. In so doing, we should be driven by the conviction that these measures offer a viable shortcut to poverty reduction and the promotion of inclusive development. I call for stronger global partnerships to enhance ICT infrastructure in developing countries and bridge the yawning digital divide between the global south and the rest of the world. Excellencies, this 77th session of the Assembly follows the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Environmental Programme, UNEP, at 50, as well as Stockholm plus 50, and the 4th United Nations Ocean Conference in Lisbon. Outcomes of these conferences demanded real commitment to address global environmental concerns as a matter of urgency and for a just transition to sustainable economies that work for all people. The March 2022 landmark resolution of the 5th United Nations Environmental Assembly in Nairobi to end plastic pollution is a decisive signal to the world that the world is prepared and motivated to act on this menace. Kenya is committed to work closely with other nations to pursue legally binding instruments aimed at bringing an end to plastic pollution. As the host nation to UNEP and the UN Habitat, Kenya affirms that these critical United Nations agencies have an indispensable role in the promotion of environmental sustainability globally, as well as developing socially and environmentally sound and sustainable cities. In keeping with its strong commitment to multilateral institutions, Kenya has made available more land for the United Nations office in Nairobi to facilitate the upgrading of its complex. I take this opportunity to call on member states to complement this contribution through enhanced financing to adequately modernize the UN facilities in Nairobi. Kenya remains a strong advocate for making the sustainable use of oceans and blue economy resources a development priority, holding the firm belief that significantly increased investment in this essential sector can end hunger, can also reduce poverty, create jobs, and spur economic growth. I urge the Secretary General to continue calling attention to the urgent need to develop this vital sector. In particular, I call on developed countries to invest in sustainable fishing, protect marine ecosystems, and share ocean-based climate solutions with developing countries. For our part, I am pleased to report that building on the historic 2018 Sustainable Blue Economy Conference in Nairobi, Kenya is reviewing its national blue economy strategy to strengthen community structures in participatory management of freshwater, coastal and marine resources and ecosystems. The strategy is expected to contribute to our economic development through food and nutrition security, coastal and rural development, and income increases along the aquaculture value chain. It also enhances maritime transport and tourism. We invite development partnerships to invest in Africa towards building capacity to sustainably utilize marine resources. We must rally together to make the best use of Africa's vast blue resources in developing our economies while meeting our climate targets. As we look forward to the 27th Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP27, scheduled for Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, it is logical to expect that member states will shift their attention towards the development and implementation of frameworks for climate change mitigation. Accomplishment of pending actions by member states is essential for the implementation work that lie ahead. I therefore call upon all of us to urgently deliver on all commitments made towards climate change financing. On this matter, it is critical to emphasize that we are running out of time. Over the past decade, Kenya has sustained its aggressive pursuit for rapid socioeconomic transformation through three principal roadmaps. First is the Kenya National Vision 2030. Second, the formal long-term blueprint aimed at transforming Kenya into a newly industrialized, upper middle-income country, providing high quality of life to its citizens in a clean and secure environment by 2030. The second has been the Africa Union's Agenda 2063, and the third, the Sustainable Development Goals. Kenya looks towards tapping into a variety of resources to catalyze the achievement of these interlocking and mutually reinforcing objectives. The disruption and ensuing crisis due to COVID-19 pandemic compelled us to diversify our focus into new interventions, including economic stimulus program, a COVID-19 economic recovery strategy, and a COVID-19 socio-economic re-engineering recovery strategy, all aimed at mitigating the adverse impacts of the pandemic. I confirm that we have done the best of everything we could in the circumstances. Nevertheless, it is not enough. Kenya and the rest of Africa, like other developing nations, are in need of greater international partnership and cooperation to avert economic crisis in the wake of the pandemic. Developing countries, being heavily burdened by external debt servicing, run the risk of losing development gains due to the shocks inflicted by the pandemic and associated disruptions. I call upon global financial institutions and the international community to take urgent measures and release all existing financial instruments to provide much-needed additional liquidity and secure better fiscal space for developing countries like Kenya to enhance social investment, support climate change adaptation and mitigation, and address security needs and resolve development financing challenges. On behalf of Kenya, therefore, I join other leaders in calling upon the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and other multilateral lenders to extend pandemic-related debt relief to the worst-hit countries, especially those affected by the devastating combination of conflict, climate change, and COVID-19. Furthermore, I urge the G20 to extend and expand the scope of the common framework to suspend or reschedule debt repayments by middle-income countries during the pandemic recovery period. At this point, I would like this distinguished assembly to take a moment and consider the peace and security landscape, a landscape currently beset with multiple challenges, yet abounding with considerable opportunities. Our home region of East and Horn of Africa is in particular burdened by significant conflicts and challenges with implications for the region's development. We stand on the cusp of first opportunity for galvanizing confidence-building measures to generate and sustain momentum towards sustainable peace. In its role as an anchor state in the region, Kenya has sustained our investment in diplomatic efforts to find lasting peace in multiple situations within and beyond the region. Although some processes have yielded undeniable success, challenges remain. I therefore strongly reiterate our call for partnership towards confidence-building measures and urge more concerted efforts towards sustainable peace and stability. Kenya is currently serving in the United Nations Security Council. I am proud to confirm that our engagement over the last 2 years has prioritized regional peace and security, countering terrorism and violent extremism, peace support operations, climate and security as critical contributions to the collective efforts to build a safer, more prosperous and peaceful world. I am also proud to state that Kenya has continued to champion closer cooperation between regional mechanisms and the Security Council as an effective means to achieving international peace and security. Kenya continues to advocate the renewal of the Africa Union security architecture, which draws comparative strength from the highly productive complementarity between the United Nations, the Africa Union, and the regional economic communities. Working closely with the 2 elected African countries of the A3 in the UN Security Council, we are committed to finding a stronger Africa voice in the Council and achieving a consensus-driven, rules-based multilateral system. It is our manifest intention to see greater Pan-Africanization of the global agenda in order to make multilateralism work for the people of the world in their diversity. It is time for multilateralism to reflect the voice of farmers, represent the hopes of villagers, champion the aspirations of pastoralists, defend the rights of fisherfolk, express the dreams of traders, respect the wishes of workers, and indeed protect the welfare of all peoples of the global South. Let me express the strong collective conviction of my country that the relevance, legitimacy, and moral authority of the United Nations will forever remain deficient, undermined by the absence of comprehensive reforms of the United Nations Security Council. We therefore remain firmly committed to reforming the Security Council to make it a more effective, representative, and democratic global institution. Given the magnitude and variety of challenges the world continues to confront, a more fit for purpose United Nations is urgently needed, one that possesses the legitimacy and efficacy in dealing with threats to international peace and security. A just and inclusive world order cannot be spearheaded by a United Nations Security Council that persistently and unjustly fails the inclusivity criterion. Similarly, threats to democracy will not be credibly resolved by an undemocratic, unrepresentative Security Council. It is vitally important for this critical institution to reflect the values it is entrusted to protect, to defend, to uphold on behalf of humankind. We welcome the call by President Biden this morning for the expansion of the membership of the Security Council as a significant step in the right direction, and we look forward to building consensus for the actualization of the same. The COVID-19 pandemic severely disrupted health systems, seriously challenging the implementation of programs that are vital for the realization of health-related sustainable development goals. To place us firmly back on track and accelerate our progress towards these SDGs targets, it is imperative for us to foster sustainable partnerships between governments, other state actors, the civil society, and the private sector. This modality of collective action is particularly vital for building resilient health systems whose importance in enabling us withstand future pandemics and other health crises can no longer be disputed. For this reason, Kenya will continue to strongly support the development of legally binding World Health Organization international instrument to anchor global solidarity and promote equity. The fact of the matter is that the COVID-19 pandemic exposed for all the world to see the severe deficit of these critical values in our present multilateral configuration. Global supply chains remained impervious to demands in the global South generally, and Africa in particular. Unequal access to vaccines underscored this unjust and unequal situation with unforgettable clarity. Whenever human life, security, and welfare is in jeopardy, it is immoral to administer interventions through frameworks that are anchored on fundamental inequality. We are all witnesses to admirable demonstrations of effective solidarity in response to crises in various parts of the world. Our knowledge of the possibility of spontaneous yet resolute global solidarity reinforces the African exception as particularly repugnant. From genocides and civil conflict to famine and pandemics, the African continent is consistently left behind to bear the brunt of weak solidarity and disastrous failure of multilateralism. History indicates the last time Africa was the focal point of strong and effective multilateralism and multilateral consensus was during the Berlin Conference of 1884-1885, and the character of the ensuing interventions casts a long shadow to date. Not to put too fine a point to it, the failure of multilateralism during crises which relegate the people of Africa outside the cycle of moral consideration and normalizes humanitarian neglect and other casual injustices are failures of humanity. Nothing about Africa, and I say nothing about Africa or its people makes it acceptable for this type of failure to persist in this era. And we have an urgent moral duty to do better, and to right this wrong. For decades, Africa has borne the brunt of three epidemics: the HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria. I applaud innovative partnerships like the Global Fund for their progress in addressing the three menaces, and also welcome the ambitious targets set for the 7th replenishment cycle. Kenya is committed to supporting the Global Fund and implementing the agreed targets in order to actualize our pledge at the Replenishment Conference. Kenya calls upon all countries implementing the Global Fund programs, especially fellow African states, to remain at the forefront in championing for successful replenishment of the fund. This way, the mobilization of much-needed resources is enhanced, bringing us closer to the final elimination of these dangerous diseases. In conclusion, Kenya joins the Secretary General in calling for the strengthening of multilateralism as the only sustainable path to a peaceful, stable, and prosperous world for all. This is the imperative of our time and the call of this moment. It is time to work on the trust deficit with stronger conviction that none of us is really safe until all of us are safe. The theme of the 77th session, and I quote, "A watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges," end of quote, demands that we recognize the crises we must confront are interlinked in a complicated way. They can only be effectively addressed through more imaginative strategies and innovative formula. A population of 8 billion people in a densely networked world increasingly looks up to the multilateral system as the anchor for their individual aspirations directly and indirectly through robust national frameworks. Increasingly, therefore, the United Nations system is expected to be responsive to these needs, and for the proceedings in this forum, in a forum like this, to speak to ordinary people in far-flung reaches of our incredibly diverse globe. It is impossible to address all their individual needs directly, but it is possible to respond to all of them by speaking with conviction to the universal values of equality, inclusion, justice, solidarity, and collective action, and by making sure that all our interventions effectively reflect them with clarity. The integrity of the international order must be measured by the distance separating our resolutions, consensus, and agreement from decisions, actions, committed, interventions, and effective solutions. A watershed moment, therefore, demands that we reduce that gap drastically and quickly. Kenya pursues numerous essential domestic agenda through the multilateral framework. We are heavily invested in the strength, effectiveness, and eventual success of all interventions formulated by the United Nations. It is important that the output of this and other similar fora achieve immediate resonance in the minds and lives of our youth still seeking opportunity to express and actualize themselves, our farmers working to feed nations, our Juakali entrepreneurs striving in pursuit of success in the informal economy, and our professionals who formulate policy, implement strategy, and monitor service delivery in public and private sectors. Africa places immense value in the international community and the tremendous possibilities it can unlock through inclusive, sustainable, and effective action to transform the lives of our people and establish lasting peace, security, and shared prosperity. This watershed moment is our chance to turn the key and open this door of opportunity. We can make progress in addressing the triple global threats and liberate ourselves from the shame of past failures of multilateralism. At this watershed moment, we must not only choose, but also act decisively to bequeath our children and their children a greener, safer, healthier, and more abundant earth. Let us do it together, inclusively, multilaterally. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defence Forces of the Republic of Kenya for his statement, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of the Gabonese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
No.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of the Gabonese Republic, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam,
Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, I convey to you my congratulations on your election to the presidency of the 77th General Assembly of the United Nations, and I wish you every success. I greet and congratulate your predecessor, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for the commitment which was patently clear throughout the 76th session. To the Secretary-General Antonio Guterres, I reiterate the full support of my country as he serves our organization. Mr. President, I am delighted to once again stand earnestly before this rostrum because the situation demands just that. Indeed, the international system is at a critical juncture. The world struggles to recover from a pandemic and sits in the clutches of a multidimensional crisis. The emergence of new centers of influence means that positions have become increasingly more entrenched. And this situation means that we must prioritize ongoing dialogue in order to find global consensus, rather than prioritizing power struggles as we tackle issues which are sensitive within the multilateral system. In the face of rivalry between powers and in the face of multifaceted challenges which are of shared concern, it would be dangerously naive to continue to opt for power struggles or for unilateral positions. The interconnected nature of global issues and of national economies means that we must engage in dialogue in order to respond appropriately and, above all, collectively to the most serious threats to international peace and security. We are in the last quarter of a year which has seen global challenges grow tougher. They have laid waste to common and individual efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. With less than 8 years to go until the deadline, it is crucial to evaluate our progress in light of a threat which the COVID-19 pandemic has meant continues to weigh heavy on our economies. A threat which is just as insidious now hovers over our. No one is spared, not businesses or households, not the North or the South. Its effects are devastating. As such, we must act, individually of course. That is exactly what Gabon is doing by subsidizing certain commodities and by keeping their prices at certain levels. But here too, we will not successfully overcome this problem if we do not act collectively in a coordinated fashion and with a sense of solidarity. This is yet one more challenge issued to the world. We must together, all together, overcome it.
President, this year marks many new beginnings for Gabon as we arise from the tragedy and forced inertia of the coronavirus pandemic and reopen to the world. We are the newest member of the Commonwealth of Nations, home to 2.5 billion people, 1/3 of the world's population, with shared values of respect for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. My country is broadening horizons for our citizens and seizing the chance for our young people to benefit from studying, traveling, and building business relationships far beyond our own borders. At the same time, Gabon takes its place on the world stage, not alone, but as a proud African nation. But the problems that our world faces today are global, as are the solutions. We must all be outward-facing, not inward-looking, as we confront the difficulties of the world where resources are finite and the population growing. This month, our Commonwealth family has lost its leader, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Through the union that she loved so deeply, the Queen offered respect, friendship, and wise counsel to many independent nations around the world, small or large. She promoted peace, liberty, and shared values, and fostered the spirit of cooperation. As the new head of the Commonwealth, His Majesty King Charles III can be assured of my full support and that of the Gabonese people. A dear friend of Gabon for many years, King Charles III shares my enthusiasm for protecting our natural environment and biodiversity in the same ways for global climate and sustainability. Mr. President, 50 years after the Stockholm Conference, humanity faces an unprecedented triple environmental crisis: climate change, the biodiversity extinction crisis, and pollution, notably by plastics. Regarding climate, with 88 forests covered and deforestation well below 0.1%, Gabon is a high forest, low deforestation country par excellence. Since COP15 in Copenhagen, Gabon has net absorbed